personally, you don't belong in Canada. That's an insult to fucking men. That twat waffle nation is nothing more if it's got nothing but Charles. But you guys haven't won in your little like Islamic fucking faith of, hey, we're gonna conquer the world. You haven't done shit. The only thing you conquered were a couple goats and a camel. So who's next? You can bring up whoever you want to, but fucking respect Rafi when he's speaking, respect KK, respect anybody else who's off mic while they're talking, and stop with your fucking Allah Akbar fucking bullshit that you're gonna fucking like interrupt everybody else.
And respect Mother too. Mohammed Benzona.
Mother, you know, if you're gonna be in serious trouble, then Jack the motherfucker is gonna be here.
At least I respect Jack. He respects people and he like holds his own. Like these guys just cry.
No, Jack is very well respected, well spoken. Even though
Jack is a cunt. Look, Jack is a cunt, but he's still a cunt you can actually disagree with. That's just the way it is.
No, I like Jack. He's a nice guy.
He's a cunt, but he's still a cunt you can disagree with. The way it happens sometimes in life. It's funny.
you know what's the difference? If you explain something to Jack and it makes sense, he's gonna accept it. But this Abdul comes up, you just speak for 2 minutes. He stops listening after 10 seconds.
Good point.
You know what I'm curious about? I'm curious about the guys like Akima and Sig that run around this app trying to act like great Americans while insulting their country, talking shit about their country. I just don't understand like where that illness comes from.
You're talking about Sig?
Oh, yeah, Sig, the guy's a disaster.
Sig and I have, there is on the right. So you guys have been, when it comes to the criticism of Israel, you guys have been, like, especially Rafi's been talking about what you see from the left. When it comes to those of us on the right, we have a different, our critiques are not quite the same as the left's critiques of Israel. And it's not, we're not necessarily anti-Zionist. We don't have a problem with Israel existing. It has more to do, how else do I put this? It has to do with politics here at home. And it also has to do with, particularly within the Republican Party, since Charlie Kirk has died, basically a civil war within the influencer sphere and the media sphere is brewed over. With the absence of Charlie Kirk, he was somebody who wanted a Big Tent. He was very adamant about, like, look, Nick Fuentes is too far, but other than that, like, look, dude, we're not gonna cancel right wingers or keep them out of our Big Tent. But afterwards, there's a pretty concerted effort to get a lot of people, like, for example, Tucker Carlson's the most notable example. He's somebody that was friends with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk would let him speak at his events. After he died, very quickly, it was all about getting Charlie. They wanted Tucker Carlson out of the fucking way, and you look at CPAC the last couple
Chicago.
days.
Today we gather not just as a city, but as a family.
Basically demand Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson. I don't know.
To Mary Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're talking about the bills that touch every household. Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mary Kitover TV on Ice. Evening, folks. Let's talk about the three pillars of running Riverdale: property tax, water tax, and everybody's favorite, the garbage tax. Folks, welcome back to Mary Kitover TV. The show Mary Kitover TV on Ice. Evening, folks. Let's talk about the three evening, folks. I'm Mayor John Kitover. Tonight I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. I believe in safe neighborhoods.
I don't think he's somebody a voice that needs to be canceled or be pushed out of the right. In my personal opinion.
Listen, his voice doesn't need to be canceled, Pepe. Maybe whatever you want. Listen, again, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. But
John Kitover and these little neighbors helped me win the race. Our campaign was built on community.
That journalist on bot, he's no more a journalist. He's a prostitute. So he does what's in his interest. He's not providing factual journalism, which he was supposedly claimed as. So when people think of Tucker Carlson, people think he's a journalist, we should trust him. So then either we're going to lose all trust in journalism and all journalists, which is really bad too, because where are you going to get your source? Now everybody's going to come to their own fucking conclusions, and that's going to create anarchy. That is not correct either. We need journalism. We need honest journalism. Let's say it
I
this
don't
way.
consider him a journalist.
But he tied himself to a journalist.
I don't.
Because the way
I don't think so.
you might
Hello,
not.
this is my home. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. I believe in safe neighborhoods, reliable transit, and a city that works for everyone. On February 20th.
Like Tucker Carlson was warned, that becomes dangerous. Because right now he's not even that he's spewing his own opinion. He's spewing an opinion, or he's trying to push a narrative on people. Because he was bought like a prostitute, and that's what makes it dangerous. Because he might not even stand for it. What do you mean he's not bought? It's proven that he was paid.
Well, no, it's a partnership.
It was proven. No, that's called being bought. If Donald Trump today took money from another foreign country, he is bought. Correct? Or any type of gift like a house,
If he does their
jewelry, or anything that is
You have
called
to do
being
their bidding.
bought, you're gonna question what the fuck is going on in the government. He is right now a prostitute that was bought. So now we know he was bought. There's proof that he has been bought. So now he's working on somebody else's interest. And now whatever information he's spewing it for somebody's interest. Now question, where is this interest and where is it going to lead to? What is the end goal for it? Is it for American destruction? Is it for American division? Is it to make people fucking go against the government? Do you understand where I'm coming with this? That's what makes it fucking danger.
Well, I think you won't like my answer or Tucker Carlson's answer. And I strongly believe that he did have these feelings even when he was at Fox News, which is kind of one of the reasons I like watching him, because most of us knew what he was pointing at. People that were considered far right like myself. I do think what we see is what we would like to see is a political decoupling of Zionists from American politics. It doesn't mean that they're our enemies. It doesn't mean that we don't help them or, we're against them in any way. But do I think that there is and it's not necessarily, I'm not going to blame Israel per se. I think Netanyahu in particular, he's very savvy, very smooth. He knows Washington very well. And when you get, you also have a lot of Christian Zionist fanatics. It's basically like a perfect recipe where I think that you're going to have emphatic support for Israel in a way that I don't think is the best for the United States. And I just, like to us, I do not like the gatekeeping I see, especially on the right. If the strongest Zionists in America are going to be on the right. And a lot of us have had a really, and this goes back to the neocons, the neoconservatives. A lot of us really do not like them from what we had to put up with from the 2000s. And we just want that group. I don't know, we just don't want them to have nearly as much influence on our politics. That's what and see.
I just can I? So Pepe, you keep talking about Zion as though you understand the term. Could you please explain to me the secular term of Zionism, and then tell me the biblical?
We've been talking about this for years.
No. I'm asking your definition.
Hold on, Edward. Wait. What biblical term?
Well, he's asking because there's biblical, there's Christian Zionism. So I'll answer.
There's no biblical term.
Yes. No, there's Christian.
So the Zionism was in the Bible.
Hold on.
No. Hold on. I'll explain it. I can answer.
No. Pepe, hold on. Pepe, you cannot explain it if you don't know where it is in Scripture.
I do know. Stop. Let me answer. So Zionism, which I would say that just the not.
Hold on, Pepe. What does Zionism actually mean? Again, not what people on the left have turned it into, and now you're saying you're far right.
I can't answer the question. I can't answer the question. I can't answer the question because I keep on getting interrupted.
No,
so Zionism decoupled from Christianity would be that Israel has a right to exist and choose its own destiny and protect itself. Very basic. And that's something I would say I'm a Zionist in that sense because I believe Israel, like any other country, it's the country's there. I don't know where these people expect these people to go. I think they have the right to defend themselves. So I'm a Zionist in that way. Now, when it comes to Christian Zionism, which it's almost all evangelicals.
Pepe, hold on one second. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on, Pepe. Listen to your terminology. Okay? I want you to give me the biblical verse of the word Zion in the Bible. Please give me the actual verse of what.
Will I Google it for
Why don't you
you?
just tell us? Because who the fuck has that memorized?
Yeah, quite frankly, you're asking somebody who
Is retarded.
who's raised Catholic, where we don't read it. We don't read any of its sola scriptura and just say,
Sola
I read it, therefore
scriptura.
that's what it means. Like that's not like most Christianity. You're not allowed to do that for very specific reasons.
Hold on, guys. This is the reason why I asked you your definition. You gave me
Rita, look their way.
terminology. You're not giving me the scriptural terminology of what the scripture actually says. Let's talk about it from its origin, not from what men believe it is. Please explain to me from a scriptural standpoint versus you telling me what left and right think about the word.
Okay, once again, I'm not going to bastardize Christianity by doing this sola scriptura stuff.
Solo
So I'm not going
scriptura.
to.
But you're gonna bastardize Zionism. But you're gonna
Exactly.
bastardize Zionism.
Exactly. We'll only bastardize one thing. That's what a bastard does.
Christian Zionism was not a thing in Christianity until 150 years ago, with a small group of Anglicans in England, and then it ended up spreading here in the United States. Christianity, so they never used it. I don't even think that the scripture, because of course it was translated, they didn't use the term Israel. It was more the sons of Abraham who were going to be who would inherit. They would inherit through the teachings of Jesus. They would inherit Christian.
Pepe, could you do me a big favor? Because you say a lot of stuff as if though you're giving people facts. Hold on. Facts is different than truth. Okay?
What do you think that was incorrect when it comes to Catholicism?
Okay, I didn't hear anything about Catholicism. Okay? What I hear you
all Christians.
Hold on, Pepe. First of all, Pepe, I need you to understand one thing. Just one thing, Pepe. You are going based on what you think you know, but you have
on what I do know. What I do know, dispensationalism did not come until the late 1800s.
You are incorrect, Pepe.
Dispensationalism did start in 1800s.
No, Mr. Edward, you have a tremendous feedback coming through on your microphone right now. Like nobody.
Okay, I'm just going to ask AI. When did
dispensationalism? Barnabas in 100 AD wrote on the concept of dispensationalism. Irenaeus wrote on it. Hippolytus wrote on it. These are all first century church fathers. So no, you're incorrect. You're not stating fact.
So
the fact that Darby popularized it in the 1800s does not mean that it did not exist.
Serendipity, is that better, Serendipity?
Yes.
Yeah, it's better now.
So, out of all of the big sects of Christianity, which ones were dispensationalists until the 1800s?
Hold on. Okay, Pepe, what you have to do, Pepe, is you have to sometimes listen versus talk. You know what you do a lot, Pepe? You say things as though everybody's understanding your conversation.
It's the Pepe Show. What do you expect?
Because you talk about Zionism as though you think it's only New Testament terminology. It is not.
I never said it was New Testament. This would actually the Old
Hello,
Testament.
it's John. Are you all packed
Hold
up?
on, so why do you keep calling Christians Zionists then? Because my understanding, Pepe, New Testament is what you would call Christendom. Because the Old Testament, there's no term Christian. In the New Testament, it's only mentioned 3 times. And all 3 times it's mentioned, it's negative. So the term Christian is what we call secular. Okay, it's not biblical. So let's make sure you and I are on the same page when we're having a conversation, because you're using terms in the world that do not equal what you're talking about. Nationalism and Zionism and everything else that you're talking about is completely opposite of what we're talking about.
No, I think you misheard me. I said, what would a secular, non-Christian version of what just like the basic definition of Zionism be? That would just be granting them the same, saying, yeah, they ought to be able to exist and defend themselves like any other country that you would respect.
Just hold on one second. Brad, do you mind lowering yourself just for a minute to let Monica in for some reason you have her blocked, and then come back up?
You know she has me blocked, right?
Well, I don't want to get involved with this stuff. Can we let her in, please? And come back up, please.
As long as you don't nod her, fine. Because God forbid we let the whale come and wreck it.
No, don't do that. Okay, so Pepe, nationalism is what you just talked about. There's 195 nations, and they all have a right to govern themselves. The United Nations is not over
But I
any
stated
country.
that. I stated that was my non-Christian definition of Zionism.
No. Okay. First of all, you listen to what you're saying. Your non-definition of Zionism is the fact that a nation is to govern themselves. Is that what you're telling me? All nations are independent, correct? Am I wrong or right?
I said my non-Christian definition.
No. You keep saying Christian. If you say Christian, then you eliminate Israel.
Am I going to get my knockback or a BB?
You can support Israel despite
Yeah.
being
Just
an atheist.
let her get in the room. Oh, fuck.
She's in.
You can support.
Did you feel the heavy weight come on? Like the last
Stop,
time?
Stop.
So
I love the lady, please.
you can support Israel despite what religion you are, despite being an atheist. Okay, it's looking at things at a national, through the lens of nationality and sovereignty. That is a definition I gave. Christian nationalism, that's when dispensationalism comes in. Because almost all Christian Zionists, in other words, they believe it because their faith, like a lot of evangelicals, they're with their end times. Israel and the Jews play a critical role in that, and so the state of Israel, which they look at God at Jews as being God's chosen people, the apple of God's eye, and they are to be there in the state of Israel, their biblical homeland, and with their prophecy, they will be fighting with the whole world, and then second coming of Jesus will come, and hallelujah, things will be great. That's when we say Christian Zionism, it's because they support Israel for distinct religious reasons.
Okay, so Pepe, everything you just talked about right now, which is kind of interesting. Okay, you talked about dispensationalism. You talked about evangelicals. You talked about all these different people groups. But because
they're not even real Christians.
Because of who? Because of you?
Well, no, such a deviation from normal Christianity. It's an American bastardization of Christianity.
All right, and because of who? Who makes that claim?
Every Christian denomination makes that claim about
Okay.
evangelicals in particular.
I'm going to ask you a question, Pepe, and I want you to be honest with me. Could you please name one denomination
Hi,
in the
Andrew.
Catholic Bible
How's your
or the
weekend?
Protestant Bible? Name one of them.
I'm not familiar with them having it in the
They don't
Bible.
exist. They don't exist. There's no denominations in the Scripture, including Catholicism. They do not.
So therefore, you can be a heretic that deviates from Christianity, and I guess I don't know you.
No, Pepe, you're wrong. Because
I mean, that's
this
so-
is you're out of your depth because Ignatius of Antioch was the one that came up with the term the Holy Roman Catholic Church. And it came out of it after Peter, our second pope. That's why we have apostolic succession. So every time you keep saying, "Oh, I was raised Catholic," you left the Catholic Church a long time ago.
No shit. I never claimed to be a pious
Ignatius.
We all know that.
Wait. Saint Ignatius of Antioch was the one that came up with the Catholic Church, which means the universal church. So when you're talking about it, you're just like, "Oh, the Zionist this, the Zionist that, and everything Zionist and whatever." You know what I mean? Edward is actually trying to educate you. And you're not listening. You're just like trying to fight it.
Okay, but
you're trying to.
We can look at all of the Protestant denominations. Hold on. We can look at all of the Protestant denominations.
Yeah, but you also.
But hold on. We can look at all of the Orthodox churches, okay, throughout the world. We can look at, of course, this is going to be throughout the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, and then we can look at the Catholic Church. They all, for the most part, say it is heretical, and they make it absolutely clear. And that's because they don't hold Jews to this standard where, in other words, Christianity, for the most part, believe you find salvation through Christ. We're all God's people. Nobody's special.
And if you knew anything about biblical Zionism, you would know that they don't think that either. Like the fact that you're up here saying
they think they're going to go to hell
indicates that you're
they think they're going to go to hell.
No,
this is embarrassing.
No, it's not. Shut up, you low IQ. Goddamn, dude.
It's embarrassing.
That's all you do. Oh, you're a Muslim. Oh, I used to got raped at 9 years old. These Muslims, they have nothing intelligent to say. Shut up.
You're saying it on Palm Sunday is embarrassing.
But no, like, and I don't know. Maybe Serenity or she's like a evangelical or serendipity. I don't know. But where did any of these religions? But she also cannot go against what I said. Like serendipity. Where do any of these denominations support Israel is based upon their religion, where it involves prophecy?
There are multiple denominations that support Zionism biblically. It's not about the denomination. It's about their whether they believe in amillennialism or millennialism, and that divide is across all denominations. Like you couldn't say, "Oh, the Baptists are all the evangelicals, and they're bad," or the Presbyterians. It has more to do with their eschatology and what they think about amillennialism or premillennialism. The people that tend to take Scripture more literally tend to fall more within the quote-unquote dispensations of church history.
So
the people that take Scripture more allegorical tend to lean more towards the amillennialism camp.
Sure, and so I guess my question would be these different. Shut the fuck up, Abject, because you don't know. You're just gonna. No, because I'm after. It's a follow-up. We're asking questions. Shut up. Shut up.
Do you know Pope John Paul? Do you know Pope John Paul II? Wait. Do you know Pope John Paul?
Yeah.
Wait.
Derailing.
You know that Pope John Paul? No, you don't know this because I want to educate you. Do you know Pope John Paul II in 1994 recognized the state of Israel?
Yes, as a nation. Yes, he made yes.
You didn't.
Okay. You've had because of all of the. Shut your fucking mouth. You're so fucking stupid. You're not saying anything irrelevant. Shut the fuck up. Now, when it comes to first of all, there's a lot of people claiming to be Catholic that are being overtly anti-Semitic online. You've had a lot of bishops come out online and they said, hey, let's be clear here. If you're going to be anti-Semitic and hateful, that is clearly sinful. You cannot do that. You can absolutely be a supporter of the state of Israel. You can absolutely recognize the state of Israel and say that they have these rights and all of that stuff. The only difference is that we don't have. In Catholicism, they don't have a religious obligation to somehow want to believe in why their eschatology doesn't involve the fucking nation state of Israel and Jews. So why are they going? It's not a religious thing for them. Just like it's probably not a religious thing for fucking Hindus or the Muslims that support Israel. It has nothing to do with being anti-Israel. And you get that Prajan, that dumb Prajan bitch who I guess converted to Catholicism like a couple of weeks ago, and she somehow wants to be a Catholic warrior when she's just a dumb fucking ex-porn star. She's a stupid bitch, and she doesn't speak for all of us.
Okay, Pepe, can I?
Why that word?
Pepe, okay, first of all, you need to raise your voice. And I don't know why a person who claims to be Catholic.
I'm not a Catholic. I haven't been to church in 20 fucking years.
Okay, Pepe. I have no idea why you yell at Pepe. It's pretty. So, Pepe, let me ask you a question. To know why, really why. Could you please explain to me? You said that Jesus. What nationality would you claim Jesus to be?
I don't know if they even had a fucking nation, had a tribe.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what tribe he's from?
Pharisees?
Oh, wow. Okay, so Pepe, this is what I'd like for you to do for now.
I know he was born in Nazareth.
Okay, and where's
Nazareth?
No, okay. You know what you're doing right now, Pepe? You say a whole lot about Zionism and all this other thing, but you know what you don't know? You got to go back and go to the genesis of what you're talking about, because it's very sad when you don't even know that the man himself was born based on prophecy in Israel. Jesus, the person that you
Where was his family from?
Nazareth.
Nazareth.
And Nazareth is in where?
Wait, it wouldn't be considered Israel at the time.
No, okay, I'm going to tell you again. I've been there 3 times, okay? I don't know what other place you ever think of, but I can clearly tell you that all Old Testament that was prophesied that where Jesus would be born, in every prophecy he fulfilled them. Okay, no one else. I don't know where you come up with the fact that he was bar mitzvah, he went to synagogue, he had the same trade as his father Joseph. I don't know when you have these conversations what you're actually talking about. Zionists or all this other stuff. I want you to do yourself this big favor. As a quote-unquote Catholic or Roman Catholic, whatever, please go and find out who Jesus actually is first, and then come back and have a conversation.
Yeah, literally he's part God, part of the Holy Trinity.
No, he wasn't born in Nazareth. Hold on.
No, he wasn't born in Nazareth.
Wouldn't he be technically wrong? You guys know he wasn't born in Nazareth, right?
No, he was born in Bethlehem.
He was born in Bethlehem.
Mary's from Nazareth.
But I mean, but that was Roman territory, wasn't it? Like
yes, it was not Israel at the time.
Yeah, it was Rome. He was born as a Roman. He fell under Roman. Augustus, I believe, was
he was born as a Jew.
Yeah, he was a Jew under Rome. He was Roman.
Like, I'm not. Nobody here is trying to claim that.
Guys, hold on, guys. First of all, I want you to do yourself a major favor, just for all of us. If we're going to talk about anything historical, let's go with the historical, biblical facts. Whether you want the historical facts or biblical facts.
We just did that. Augustus was Caesar. Under that, Herod was the king of Nazareth at the time of his birth, and various local leaders and kings could hold their territory under Caesar's and under Roman rule. But ultimately, Rome, it was the Empire of Rome. He was born as a Roman citizen.
He's right. Brad's right. But it was also it was the Roman General Pompey, but it was in the region of Judea.
I thought it was outside of Judea.
No, it was in Judea. Knowledge today, just a little bit. In 63 BCE. Hold on, guys. Today is considered Palm Sunday. Okay?
Amazing.
I know, amazing. He actually rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, which was prophesied. Okay? Prophesied. 2,000 years before it ever happened. That he would come in, and you know what they call him? The King of the Jews. I call him the King of Rome.
Christians call him that.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry, Pepe. Pepe, I don't know if you know this at the time, Pepe. Every person that followed Jesus, all 12 of his disciples were Jewish. Yeah, but you know, like the king of the time was Harold the Great, right? I got it, guys. And then you know what he named Jesus? Oh my God. You guys. I'm sorry. No. He named him the King of the Jews.
The thing is, though, is that he mocked him as king of the Jews. Like with Pontius Pilate, when they turned him in because they wanted to execute him, they said they mocked him by saying he quote in quotes king of the Jews, but he had what was considered by many. I'm not a historian, but what would be considered heretical sect of Judaism. And so yes, he had his followers, and they were Jews. The original Christians were Jews. Amazing. Nobody's denying that part.
Shit, and then if you look at his time frame, the Christians, how violent they were burning the city, killing Roman children. They set fire to the north end. They created they destroyed the water flow into the east end of the city. So,
Very barbaric times for everybody back then. But if he's king of the Jews. So he has 12 disciples, but the Jews that actually had power ended up turning him in because he was a false god. He was an apostate, and they wanted to have him executed.
National Guard robberies are down tonight in Chicago. City officials credit Mayor John Kitover's policing strategy. Here's what he told reporters earlier. The families feel safe again. Chicago comes up with crime in this National Guard.
No, but that's not accurate. The reason why the Jews are blamed is because they could have prevented his assassination, but they chose not to. It's not that they turned him in or they did any of that. They had a choice to defend him, and they chose not to. That's why people blame the Jews.
No. He was actually detained by the what the fuck do you call them at the time? The officials. Forget what they were called. No, I'm not talking about the group. They're related to the religion or their temple or whatever, and they detained him. Now they wanted to they wanted to execute him for some reason. They said well, no, we're under Roman jurisdiction at this time. We can't do this. And so while he was detained, they ended up telling and you can look this up. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. That's when they made the case to Pontius Pilate, who was not really that interested, but they did tell him oh look, he's a fake, a false god. That's when they mockingly said he calls himself the king of the Jews, and he wants to basically do a revolt or a rebellion against the Romans, and he was ultimately found guilty and executed. It's not. I'm not. And look, a lot of people get stuck on you start trying to say the Jews killed. No, the original fucking Christians were Jewish. Nobody's trying to say the Jews were the bad guys, and then the Romans, the fucking pagans that ended up killing them. Ultimately, okay, there's no. If anything, there's only one group of people that were good, and that was the Jews that became Christian. So nobody's trying to blame it on the Jews, and the Catholic Church makes it clear that we should not collectively blame Jews for Jesus' death. He died for our sins, all of our sins. We can't blame Jews whatsoever. We can't. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not accurate. So that's not the case I'm going with.
Then why is it they just keep talking about Zionists, the Jews, like Tucker Carlson and all sorts of retards?
Doesn't Zionism exist in all religions? Doesn't, because Muslims believe in eradication. Hold on. No. Because you did this thing. You keep saying this thing. I don't care. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go down and bitch about Christian Zionism, didn't the Muslims come up here and
talk about Christian Zionism?
Don't they claim Zionism? The Jews, the fucking twat waffles that believe in a fat guy. I'm sorry, I'm just stepping over Monica's fupa here, but I mean the idea that somehow. All these religions have Zionism written into them where they want to expand, they want to convert people, they want to bring more to their fold. Literally, the foundation principle of all religious groups across the world are designed to bring people into their masses. So Zionism and its eternal right to exist and expand. The Muslims say they're going to conquer the world, right? They say, we're going to take over your territory. We're going to kill the great Satans. We're going to kill all of them and take control of their lands, right? Do they not do that?
But the thing is, you're wrong because Jews don't proselytize like Muslims or Christians. For the Muslim to become a Muslim, all you have to say La ilaha illallah and all that.
Okay, you're not answering his question.
And wait, Pepe. All you have to do is say that, and then you're a Muslim. You don't even have to know the book. You don't even have to know the Quran.
They have to sell you on the fucking idea.
All I'm trying to say, wait. All I'm trying to say is that when these people, these modern day, like, you know what I call them? I call them edgelords. They think it's nice right now to be anti-Semitic, to hate on the Jews and Candace, all of these retards. Dr. Carlson is
Still not
also a
answering the
retard,
question.
by the way. Wait, let me finish.
He's talking about Zionism being a part of other religions like Islam.
You don't even believe. You're not. You said you haven't been to church in 20 years.
Yeah, I know, but you're not answering the question.
Give me a break.
My belief has nothing to do with this.
Let me land.
God damn, you're so retarded.
Let me land. You haven't been to church in 20 years. So when these people say...
So now I'm going to step in here. I don't care about you landing. What I care about is an answer to my question.
You guys are such...
No. You're, for fuck's sake, you can't answer a simple question. I said, is there not Zionism that exists across every religious demographic group? Is there not? Is it not? Because I can go through all the wars. I know for sure shit there's one in India. There's a caste system that still prevails today. I know for fuck's sake that Japan had one, a whole fucking religious war, and they were like fucking meeting in the fields of battle wearing sharkskin armor and fucking wielding swords. So, and then they conquered and they wanted their ideology to be the preeminent reign and they wanted to expand it out to the world. So does not Zionism exist in all of its principles in every fucking religious organization out there?
No, Zionism.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
No.
Why? How? You got to prove this wrong.
Wait. You wanted to answer the question. Zionism is just a simple thing. It comes from Europe, and all the things. I mean, in 1972, they passed Zionism. They passed Zionism is racist. They passed Zionism is terrorism and everything. They had to rewrite it in the 1990s because of it. And people just take the propaganda and eat it up because of the clicks and everything else like that. Why do you think all these bots, ever since Elon Musk?
Morning, Chicago. Today we gather not just as a city, but as a
That has nothing to do with the question.
Day in office, Mayor John Kitover has already
So wait, there's all sorts of religious supremacy. Catholics believe it. The Mormons do. Fucking, I have the 31 Baskin Robbins flavors of Christianity. So again, like, I mean, I haven't met a single one. Muslims do. I mean,
Bro, if you've made up
they absolutely.
I mean, Christians have largely fought with each other about how heretical they think the other group is, and they fucking kill each other over this goddamn differences for centuries.
Hey, Jack, you're not participating in the conversation. You just want to say like your little shtick over and over, and I'm tired. No, you don't get 2 seconds. You get to answer the question, and that's it.
New mayor.
That's it.
Bro, you think it takes 2 seconds to answer a fucking question?
Yes, I do. Next.
I got a question, Brad.
Can I answer this question? Sorry, hello to everyone.
Go ahead. All of you can answer it. I'm just sick and tired of
Thank you, sir. This is a very good question, sir. Actually, I'm from Afghanistan, and I just grew in Islamic society. And it's very clear that the Islamic Zionism exists since at the beginning of the Islams. There is many countries which is based on Islamic states, and they are trying to expand that. You see that the Muslim war invaded until the Spain. They were there for a long time. So what was that? What was the definition for that area? So if that wasn't Islamic Zionism, so what was the definition for that? And their Sharia law is based on Zionism. So my question is, I'm strongly support the Israel. So I mean, the people are just doing the hypocrisy. They are not. Their vision is not stand on reality. Mainly the people who are related to Asia or they are kind of relevant to Islamic ideology. they are super hypocritic and they don't pay attention what's the Zionism. Mostly of them, they don't know the definition of the Zionism. So if they know the definition of the Zionism, they will come that the Sharia law is stand on Zionism. It is just two different terms, which is calling Sharia law. My definition is for that. It's the Zionism, Islamic Zionism. But the thing is, what is the difference between the Israel Zionism and the Islamic Zionism? Is this two different definition. Israel is just, they are trying to have their own rights to be exist. They don't send the jihadists to the other countries, and they don't talk about the religion supremacy, and they don't want to talk how invasion in other countries. But the Islamic Zionism is very different, and they want how expand all around the world, and they are just going to different countries as the immigrants, and they are doing their expansion of the Islam ideology, and they are spending $1 trillion on that. Look at most of Arabic rich countries; they are spending this money on this. Iran is spending money. So and they are just doing this kind of activities since at the beginning of the Islams. You see the expansion of the Islam.
Iran or something? He said he's from Afghanistan.
Yes, I'm from Afghanistan.
But I'm just curious. This is the one thing that I'm curious about because you brought it up. So I can understand like Sunni Muslims. Somewhat, all Muslims, similar to Christians that we proselytize. Now, I do, if I recall correctly, one of the main differences between Sunni and Shia Muslims, the Shia, the leaders generally have to be a descendant of Muhammad. Is that correct, or is that too simplistic?
There is two different definition about the Shia and actually the Sunnah. Even the Sunni Muslim is not calculating the Shia as a Muslim, but and most of them and the belief that the Shia is not a Muslim. If you listen to the Shia is saying, or the Sunnah is not a Muslim. So because the conflict is just begun because of the different vision about the sovereignty of the Islamic State on the beginning, which was a conflict between the Muhammad family, what they saying. So that division just created at the bit of the Islams. But now there is two different, if you see the books, the references, they have a different vision and each single issue of the Islam. And so there is
what does this all have to do with Iran?
Well, no. I asked him a question. It's completely pertinent. He's asking.
No, I know. We went off on a tangent, guys, for like 3 hours.
No, maybe it's my fault. I actually asked because it was getting repetitive between Edward and Pepe about Zionism, and Pepe was doing a good job standing on his own. And then you had Achu sit there and like start doing his little soundbite things. And it was Christian Zionism was the attack, and people were getting offended. But my point broadly, I mean, of course, it was correlated to Jews. Of course, obviously, it was going to go down that pathway. But Zionism exists in every cult of religion. All right, I'll retract my words because I know a lot of you are believers, and I respect a lot of you. Some of you I have zero. But the idea that Zionism does not exist in its principality on every religion has it. It has some form of it. It has some expansionist. It has some right to manifest destiny, you want to call it. This is what got us here. And the young gentleman that Pepe
John Kitover is already making good on a campaign promise.
He came from Afghanistan, and he agreed with me. So it's actually, we turned the conversation around. We're back onto Israel's not the one that would involve.
I wanted to ask you this one question. Can I ask you one question? Because that was the reason I asked you the previous question. If the Shia, let's just say Iran could grab the globally, just hypothetically. Now, it's my understanding that you have to be a descendant of Muhammad to be a leader of any kind. Would that mean that only they could be leaders and not any of us peons that are not a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad?
No, actually, my question is actually freaking
Pepe.
I will come to your answer, but my question is, I quite agree with the Waking, he is just like made a lot of good sense.
Hey friends, one thing I do every day is one scoop of longevity mix. I built this for myself. I've now built it for you. It's good for all genders, all ages. What we did is we researched all the scientific literature. We found.
Thank you, Delegate. There's a point of privilege on microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, Delegate. Yes.
And they came
Get
to
up
my
here,
country by
Coptic.
swords.
Get up on stage, bro.
No, my sword. No, by the sword. When they came to my countries, to the territory by swords, the reason was they said, we want to expand the territory of the Islam. The state, we should make the more
Point of
Islamic
privilege and
based
priority
on,
world.
Islamic Sharia states, which is still existing all around the world. So that's what I just say. Why the people are not mentioning still the expansion of the territories by the name of the Sharia law and it's ongoing. And the people are not mentioning that. My question is why only the Judaism, why only the Jew, why only the Israel is the topic? Why people are not talking about,
bro? No Jews,
I mean,
no Jews. They don't give a fuck.
Dude, why you're derailing, bro? Again.
I'm telling you.
If I may, sorry. So are you saying or suggesting that we should fund and arm the Muslim Zionism?
Well, technically, we already did.
That is already exist. That's already exist.
We've done it, didn't we?
Yeah.
We
At the
we
beginning
trained
of
Afghanistan not once but twice. We did it in Iraq.
Give me a time. I just want to explain. When the Muhammad just came, he expanded.
No, you're
He withdraw the Jew from the Mecca, from Medina. You cannot say.
No, I think he's lost in. Hold on. I think he's lost in translation. They're not implying that Muslims or that all religions supported Israeli Zionism, but that like within their faith they have something similar to Zionism for themselves.
I just have a point to make here. The difference between what he's suggesting now, like that happened 1,400 years ago. Now we have international law, and we have like law that like code of conduct that we should follow. So justifying what Zionism are doing now, or Zionists what are doing now to what the Muslims did 1,400 years ago is not very justifiable.
No, we're talking about even today. But even if we look at like what is fucking Iran doing today? Like you're acting like that. You're acting like what they do is okay internationally. Like this is so fucking retarded.
No. They are still doing that. Look at the African countries. What they are doing in my country currently. You're saying that it's just. Or not just only for years ago. They are still doing that, and all around the world they are doing that.
What country?
You don't speak
Okay.
No, like that's just what the gentleman just mentioned here. These are extreme.
Not just only mention, just study the whole geographic of the Islamic State. What they are doing that.
No.
What these people are doing for the Sharia law. Yeah. You guys still are trying to convert the peoples, and by the force. I can give the examples in Pakistan. I can give the example in Africa. You see how they are killing the Christian in Nigeria. So why they are doing so? Why they are doing in Somalia? What is going on in Somalia? You know that?
Know that. Like if you make.
So why the people are no? There is we have different groups by the name which is based on Islamic names and who are trying to bring the practices of the Islamic Sharia in all around the world. And they are trying to do that by swords, by words. That's their... And what I'm just saying, it's wrong, it's false information. Israel never just started the war. Hezbollah is starting the war when they lose, they're using the victim cars. Hamas is starting the war and they're using the victim cars. Why? Why are you guys just using the victim cars?
Well, maybe
at the
this
beginning,
war...
when you come to the point when you're a loser and then using the victim cars?
No, you're correct. They did, like with October 7th, and a lot of people, and this is kind of how social media works. Okay, we have very short attention spans, and so everybody's horrified, especially in the West. And this is where human biases really take place. You see a country that looks similar to America. You have some whites and browns and whatever, kind of looks like the U.S. and they're in a modern country. They're at a concert doing shit that people do in Western countries, or a rave, I should say. And people are getting gunned down. And it shows people walking around what look like Western neighborhoods getting gunned down, grandmas getting shot, people getting, poor innocent laborers who have nothing to do with the conflict, like those poor Thai workers getting kidnapped and killed. Just really horrible shit. And, you did see, now, do I think Israel's perfect? By no fucking means. Do I think they have a lot of issues? Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to simp for Israel. But after October 7th, they absolutely, they had to stop a knot, or tie a knot in Hamas's ass. Like, that was too much. And, there's still one thing that like stands out to me to this day. And a few weeks leading up to it, I remember there was a guy who like went into a synagogue and he shot a few people, but then he got shot by an armed Israeli. And the first thing that happens is that like in Gaza, people are lighting off fireworks and handing out candies. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, that's so weird. But population celebrates that.
After 9/11, on the same streets of Gaza, on the same streets handed out candies for October 7th, were handed out for the guys, for 9/11. These guys, those videos are old. They're still on YouTube. Watch how Gaza celebrated 9/11.
Yeah, of course. And
and I get it. And that's the other thing.
You guys are all America first. America and Israel, I told you, same fucking shit, but you guys are trying to divide it. And
I'm not trying to divide anything.
And they want you dead as much as they want us. That's
Yeah,
the only reason. But you guys should say thank you to the Jews, is that we're in the way for them. Because until they don't finish us up, they're not going to try to come for you.
Sure, but I don't.
The thing, and that's why you should say thank you for the Jews for being there and fucking taking the first punch. We're basically the human shield for you guys.
Okay, but I'm not simping for the Muslims and their terror and the terrorists that that they have. But I'll just wrap it up and make it really quick. The one thing that really stood out is that you had I think her name and her first name ended with an I, but very young girl. I think I saw a picture before she was dead and mangled. Pretty young girl, probably had a nice life in front of her, but here she is like. It mangled in the back of a pickup truck, being fucking molested.
Yeah,
And then what I remember is they're driving right into fucking Gaza, and the people cheering. The first instinct of these people is to run up and just like hit her body, spit on her body. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I can drive into Mexico with a dead white girl.
Danny Luke? Are you talking about Johnny Luke?
Yeah, Pepe. And these are the same innocent civilians, and you know that there's a death toll in Gaza that they have, that they say innocent, and they're not distinguishing between Hamas.
No. The irony was not lost on me.
People in Gaza, they elected Hamas. They elected those people to govern them, to act like barbarians. And this is what the government returned back to the population.
For sure. And
so
the irony.
So,
the irony was not lost.
Americans, I want to pick up that little Palestinian flag again.
Yeah, the irony was not lost on me, and I remember thinking to myself, like, you could go into like any part of Mexico with a dead American girl in the back of a car, and they'd be like, oh, Dios mío, oh my God, like they'd be like, holy shit, that's so horrible. You would not see like Mexicans spitting and kicking her. Like, it was so goddamn barbaric. It's so fucking weird.
Yeah, you had I don't know, fucking Karen cities on here asking for reparations, arguing with Bibi that he did make reparations because he's a Jew to those same people who celebrated and spit on a young girl. And I mean, shit, I wish we would have killed them all, because they had no problem doing that to Americans, and yet people seem to forget that there were Americans killed, and I would have murdered them all.
This is the reality.
Can I have one conversation? Shortcoming. You can add that. Please, sorry guys to say that. You can see, if if you go to the United States, all Muslim mosques, they will just still are cursing and the 5 times of a pray, the Israel and Nasara. Nasara means like people who are not Muslims. And those mosques are funded by the United States government, and they do not have a control on that. Remember what's their hypocrisy? One day I was in the mosque, I was telling, can you guys pray for 410 people which has died under the bombardment of the Pakistani aircrafts in Afghanistan, and they killed the drug addicted people, and they bombard the addiction center and the Kabul center. You know what they said? Those Arabs start to say that those Muslims, imam who were like, and there were a bunch of other people and Muslims said, no, we are not playing the politics here. Don't mentioning this day, these things. I was just, wait. You guys are praying here 5 times, and the 5 times pray you are cursing the Israel, and you are praying for the Palestinian. So we are Afghans or other people who are under the suffer. We are not human beings. We are not a Muslim. So what I'm just saying, these people are really hypocritic, and I'm fully as I'm Afghan, I'm fully support the Netanyahu. I'm fully support the Israel. They have rights to defend themselves, and you guys should be not affected by the wrong propaganda of what's ongoing in the social media. And Palestinians are making the fake videos, and we knew that I know there is something is wrong going. We not say that 100% a fake, but 95% are the fake videos. We calling those acting like Hollywood.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
hold on,
why the
but hold on.
That's it.
What the room needs to be asking. I didn't understand. But what the room and what the world needs to be asking is, so all these pro-Pali supporters were crying about Gaza past 2 years, but nobody's upset about what's going on with the Iranian people. In fact, the pro-Palis are against them, calling them liars, calling them scumbags.
That's because the Zionists, it's a friend of my enemy distinction. And if we look at like, it absolutely is. If you look at the people that are pro-Palestine, these people only support the IRGC.
Well, I'll tell you, hold on. So they're so deranged that they believe that Israel is attacking the IRGC to deflect the court case that Bibi has over bribery over a box of cigars.
And said that on October 7th too. They said the gospel.
I mean, this is.
Do you guys realize how retarded that is?
But I wanted to say, Bibi, this is where the hypocrisy, going back to what we were talking about earlier.
Cigars.
What we were talking about earlier. Actually, shut the fuck up.
He's actually correct. No. He's actually correct, Pepe, on this front. He actually knows what he's talking about. Please listen to Pepe on this. He's right.
Amazing. So.
Wow, you got endorsed by
I don't think he knows what I'm gonna say, but
you just got endorsed. You should take it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, I guess. But there is a reality that if those, and I expressed this many times, if those were my people, that just, let's just say they were like people that were like Corsican and Acadian that lived in,
the Corsicans and the Acadians.
Apes came into this country and they did what they did on October 7th. I'm not gonna lie, like I would, wrath and fury would be what I was saying. I would be for doing like.
Not gonna lie.
In first world countries, however, we do show a level of restraint. And I don't. Of all of the criticism, you've heard me talk about Israel and Zionists. You've not heard me really bitch about what's happening in Gaza. The reality is, though, I think that if that happened to the U.S., the number one concern is, okay, they did this to us. We're going to go in there. We're going to fucking rats. And the number one priority be killing the enemy and prioritizing the return of American soldiers. And so if it meant that Well, I mean, we have to blow the place up. Because, we don't want our young American boys, at the expense of being.
So like the return of the American boys and girls that were captured by the Gazans on October 7th. Americans weren't fighting that war. Israel was fighting for
Yeah, it was Israel that got them back for us.
So it was Israel that was fighting, and they sent their boys, young boys and girls, to retrieve those Americans.
You cut him off. He's autistic. Let him finish.
I'm just saying, and you guys are complaining that Israel is doing a joint
You can talk for like 2 hours.
forces with America right now. That America somehow fucking is doing a favor to Israel. No, one hand washes the other. That's what we say in life.
So can we apply? Sorry, like, can we?
But we look at it differently as Americans. I look at a Jewish American as
You've been
being.
talking for 2 hours, man.
I look at it like an Israeli American, and this is where you guys are going to probably hate me and say I'm racist or whatever. But I look, they're a problem, but they're kind of not. They are, at the end of the day, they are. It's like if a Mexican American who has citizenship in both Mexico and America is being mistreated in Mexico. Do I look at, would I consider it differently than if this is some gringo who got locked up in Mexico, who's only has an American citizenship? Yes, absolutely, because he's a pure foreigner. Whereas somebody with dual citizenship is
But Pepe, multiple people in America have it. Some of us have Irish and American citizenship. Doesn't mean we're not American.
Irish should be banned from America.
There you go then. But really, they're Americans, period, at the end of the day. And I don't give a shit. We should go after anybody who harms an American. Like that stance of saying, oh, they're dual citizenship. They could have it for a variety of reasons. They could be, I don't know, they could be Polish and American. You're allowed to have it.
You were.
Guys, so we have new people on the stage. I want to welcome Gazelle, Kevin, Rebby, Mountain, and Alan. I want to hear from Southern Horses.
I know. I just want to add something to Viking, please. Doesn't matter if they're a foreigner. If America collectively gave them a citizenship and now is representing them as an American whole, they become an American. They contribute to society as much as any other American. America has the same obligations to that American who holds the citizenship to the same person that was born in America. Doesn't matter if your parents were both immigrants and they just birthed you. In America, you have the same rights once you get that citizenship because America collectively gave you that citizenship as a whole.
And they have the same obligations to support our country and support it in a time of war. And if they don't, they can get the fuck out.
100%.
Is this Clubhouse? Is this professional advice?
Yes, go ahead. You reached the headquarters. How can we help you?
Para español, oprime dos.
Okay, bro. We're having honestly a fucking amazing discussion. This is not a troll roll.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I
No, I'm not a troll, but think about it, bro. Don't get too serious either, alright? Go touch some grass.
What?
Like, I don't know. All I hear about
Cállate la boca, man. Vete a la mierda. Qué desgraciado de puta mi madre.
es la verga, güey. A la verga.
Puta. Pinche cabrón.
¿Por qué no te checo mi verga, puto?
So, Gazelle, Kevin, Mountain, or Alan.
Have a beer.
Cállate, Maxinte. Okay, there we go. Or Euro, I want to pass the mic. I want to hear from somebody new.
No, I just have a question to Pepe. He brought in like a logic. If someone captured his boys and he would go in and blow the other place up and get his boys out. Does that apply to everyone or just your group of people?
It applies to everybody because I'm talking about I would say like it's part of human nature that would constitute a natural reaction for any group of people.
I agree. So, do you know that there's Palestinians captured in Israeli prison for years now without even
oh my god,
like any charges against them?
Stop talking about Palestine.
No, just a second. Like, if you guys want to talk about it,
shut the fuck up and let him finish. Actually, shut up and let him finish.
What I'm saying is, if you guys want to talk in like echo chamber between each other,
no, we don't. But let's have proper discussion then. Hold on. I want to have this discussion with you because so you think that all of those Gazans they're all innocent?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, if you
hold on, if you want to have a proper discussion, why the fuck are you yelling?
Why? Sorry.
Do you believe they're innocent?
Who?
Gazans that are being detained and awaiting their court case.
Oh, 100%, or 90% at least.
So 90% of them are innocent?
Yes.
So the IDF just drove around and picked up random people. That's what you believe?
There's no. So what do you like? How do you explain there's no charges against them?
How do you think they got there? Wait.
How do you explain there's no charges against them for years? They just.
How do you think they got there?
Because the IDF have a big gun and they can go and capture whoever they want.
What do you mean capture? You don't capture people. What do you think they did? They just did eeny, meeny, miny, moments, catching guys inside the toe?
Well, they do more than that.
I'm gonna steal that from you.
God.
So why are you so? No, like we're just trying to have a meaningful conversation here.
I want to, but it's hard whenever you're eating crayons, brother.
So like you think they by the law they just do whatever the law is saying and
yeah, I think they're following the word of the law and when people stab people and they throw rocks at tanks and throw rocks at people and they're stabbing and they're setting up little attacks, I think they deserve to be detained with due process and sent to prison. And unfortunately, they don't have like a shooting thing where they shoot people in the head. I believe they should do that, like a firing squad. I don't think these people should see the light of day.
But BB, I do think there is
no charges against them.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh, it's not confidential information. You can look it up.
Yeah, I mean there is.
So
they do get away with doing a lot of egregious shit. That is true. First of all, when you have mandatory conscription, okay, and so imagine your voter base, which is pretty much all Israelis, that as long as they're not Haredi, they are going to they all have skin in the game because all of their kids are going to go into the IDF. Do they want a level of insurance that their kid is, if they kind of like fuck up, they're not going to be, their life is not going to be destroyed? Yeah, we're talking, like, once again, that's a very human thing. That Americans, I think, cannot necessarily appreciate, and that's why it's more complicated in Israel.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Wrong, but I do think
hold on. Let me ask this gentleman a question. So, Gazelle, are you on the phone? Gazelle?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I'm just getting.
How many Gazans are detained? Hello? Gazelle?
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
How many Gazans are detained?
I don't know the exact number, but in one exchange, they released hundreds of them.
So, no, but they released? That's why we're worried about
like when
the
they
ones
did
that
the
are
exchange.
detained.
If you guys are following, when they did the exchange with the captives, they exchanged them with hundreds of people who were in prison for.
So this is an Israeli law, and in 2002, with wartime amendments, it allows indefinite detention of individuals from enemy territories, primarily Gaza in this context, based on security intelligence with outstanding criminal charges or criminal rights. It functions similarly to administrative detention, but is also tailored for wartime Gaza detainees.
So these people had something done to them. I mean, they did something right, and that's why they're being detained.
How do you know if they weren't in front of?
How do you know that they were?
How do you know that anybody in jail in the United States committed a crime that they committed? Like
Exactly.
This is a silly game to commit. But
How many innocent people in the United States of America are in prison? Gazelle?
There's going to be some of them, obviously.
No, I know, but Gazelle, how many do you believe that are in the United States?
There's almost 11,000 Palestinians in Brazil under Israeli detention or prison. 2,900 of them are being detained without being charged.
Yeah, that's a lie. It's 1,287.
Yeah,
You just said 11,000. It's 1,287.
Security concerns.
It's 1,287 is the number. It's 1,287.
Okay, BB, if you hold on for a second, you will see that I will swing back around to how this doesn't. Okay, thank you. Well, you can talk. You're a mod, but let me finish and let me just say, what's his name? Gazelle. Okay, I understand. The Palestinians had their moment, but now we're at war with Iran, and you've lost the limelight. Now, that doesn't change your situation or plight, but it changes the world's attention. So if you want to bring it up, you're really not going to get much sympathy the way you did. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Right now, whatever supporters you had in the United States are more concerned about the war with Iran. When it's over, maybe we can go back to paying attention to light and all of that. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's a numbers issue. All right? There's 9 million, about 9 million Israelis and 2 million Palestinians. So in that particular case, Israel is the larger population. Now, in this particular war, there's about 90 million Iranians and 9 million Israelis. So now they are the minority. So that's why the dynamics of this discussion change. Now, maybe you don't like it. That's the way it is. Third of all, Israel is being useful to the United States. And that's what Israel and Jewish people tend to be, whether you like it or not. So if they are useful to us, we will support them more. Have Palestinians been to the United States in a significant way? When you have an answer to that question, then maybe you will find that the narrative around Palestinians will change. But right now, the current perception is, as Mike said in the chat, all we see coming from Islam is stabby, stabby, we hate America. I'll leave it there.
Just a quick question. Was that the case before the Soviet invasion to Afghanistan?
Let only Alan answer this, please, people.
And what does that have to? First of all, I don't know the answer.
Just an innocent question.
I don't, as an American, I don't care.
Okay, I think you should. For these following reasons,
right? We are engaged in a military conflict right now, and as an American, with American lives that be at risk and having been lost, I am going to support our country. I am not interested in what the Soviet Union did in Afghanistan. I am not going to lay blame. I am not going to engage in rhetoric nor support rhetoric that says, oh my gosh, we brought this upon ourselves. It's our policies. Bullshit. You don't like us, don't sell us oil. That's my message to anyone in the Middle East. Don't like us, don't take our money, don't sell us oil, and stop using it to fund terrorists against us, because it's hypocritical.
Okay.
Don't, period.
Okay,
next is Euro. Hold on, Gazelle. Euro, go ahead.
Well, as a regular citizen, there's no regular...
Hold on, Gazelle. Right. Euro, go ahead.
So yeah, I was just going to say the U.S. itself also has a different practice for unlawful combatants, and so they're treated separately in the system. So there's nothing that unusual about that. And the figure given earlier about 1237 is exactly correct. That was the figure as of January of this year. It's down from 2,500 from last year. This idea that people are being held for years and years without charges is only true in a very small number of rare cases, and it's being treated like, oh, this is typical. So 59% of all cases are resolved in 6 to 12 months time, 92% in under 2 years. So you're talking about a very small number that go beyond that range. So it's definitely not typical, and I think the suggestion that people being picked up are arbitrarily is just completely unfounded.
Say something here. This guy Gazelle, he acts very innocent, and we're victims, and the Palestinians are victims. I mean, the fact is, that girl, that German girl who got spitted upon and killed in Gaza wasn't killed because she was the enemy. She was killed and humiliated and insulted and raped because she was a non-Muslim, because she was a war booty. That is why. I'm from India, and India and Pakistan go to war quite a lot. We have skirmishes along the border. When Pakistani soldiers get killed, the Indian army puts them in coffins and returns their body across the border. But when an Indian soldier gets killed in Pakistan, they cut his balls, they cut his head, they stuff the balls in the mouth, and that's how they throw the bodies back alongside the border. Because to them, we're not enemies. We're Hindus. We are the non-Muslims. So, even if Israelis have illegally occupied Palestine, hatred for Israel is not because you guys are the occupiers. Their hate is because you're Jews, that you're not Muslims. That is why we support IRGC against these protesters and demonstrators, because the demonstrators are anti-Islam, even though they hate the IRGC themselves because they're Shia, and these guys are Sunni. But they will always favor Islam, and only then they will care about Shia or Sunni, and then be non-Muslims. That is how they treat. That is how they operate. That's how they think. And this is in the
I think that's a half truth. I mean, the reality is that look, I don't want to shit on the Israelis. They went through a very tough time. They did forcefully locate, especially a lot of Christian people that were living in the area. They did a lot of shit that I would say was very unfair. But we're talking, what is this, going about 80, 70 plus years ago? Whatever. The shit has happened. They're not perfect, just like the U.S. isn't. Now, I will say this. When it came to quote-unquote resistance fighters, now, if you look at the time when you had the resistance fighters where they were way less Islamic, they were pan-Arabic, many of them were Christian. I would say it wasn't, I don't know how much of it was necessarily anti-Semitic. I mean, you had people in Europe that had these resistance movements, whether it was the Corsicans, the Basque, the Irish, for I would say less of a provocation, they ended up having these violent resistance movements, and I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say that it was necessarily morally wrong for some people to put up a resistance in decades past, but I would say what you see today with the resistance in against the Israelis, it's far more Islamicist. It's very barbaric and ugly. I can't co-sign anything that they're doing, but I'm not against. I'm trying to hold everybody to the same standard, basically. But whether it comes to the resistance to the
you said the key thing, and you said it a couple times tonight. You said they're not perfect. And
exactly.
No, but the number one problem is that I've been hearing on this app, and it's guys like Sig Sauer that are like raping my back channels right now, and then sending me pictures of emojis of like shit, Israel flag and an F you. He thinks that's gonna get up on my feelings. So the problem is that everybody's trying to hold Israel to a perfect standard, and they're like, but Israel does this. Yeah, but every country does that.
Like killing 70,000.
Shut the fuck up, Gazelle. 1 second, bro. I didn't interrupt you.
Oh, I didn't talk.
I just seen you unmuted, and I can see the gray thing that's going around your fucking emote, like your PTR and Shiva. So, then I ask you, and I ask anybody on the stage, is there starvation going on in the United States of America? The answer is yes. Is there starvation going on in every country in the world? Yes. Is there people being oppressed in every country of the world? Yes. That's part of the world.
Yes, but I would say,
but Israel's not allowed to make any mistakes.
So I need to correct it's not that. It's just that, like, okay, since October 7th, there's been holy shit, so much propaganda being flung online. And of course, Israel.
It's
I
not
get it. They have to. Hold on.
Pepe. It's justification of October 7th.
Well, that is propaganda.
No. There's the.
I need to correct the history.
I'm not talking about the justification for why they did it. But like, okay, so in other words, what I'm trying to imply is that you guys are in a war.
Copyright. That's good copyright infringement.
No, you're in a war.
Quite a while, right?
We're in a war together.
I'm talking about in the wars the United States had that had nothing to do with Israel.
Okay, it's intertwined. But can we pass the mic to Euro for a second?
Yeah, but no. But what I was trying to say, no. But what I was trying to say is that they have wars, and you're gonna have big. You have big critics, okay, and then you're the ones who have to defend yourselves. So you're always on your back foot. And what is your job? It's to make it seem like you basically done nothing wrong.
No,
which it's indefensible because everybody. I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about that's the strategy.
No, it's not the strategy.
There's one thing that is wrong, and it's the existence of the Jews.
Oh,
the strategy, like 50 years ago, the strategy is no longer that. The strategy is we are not going to bend the trembling knee to the anti-Semite. We are not going to be scared Jews and cower away to the world. We are not going to run from terrorism. We are going to fight it right at where it stands. And we're going to take out the people that want to fuck with us.
Nobody's saying that you guys should tolerate these.
But I want to pass it to Euro.
I just want to correct this history here that's being totally misstated. So first of all, we had just heard a few minutes ago that supposedly in the past the resistance movement wasn't anti-Semitic and that it was driven by other factors. First of all, it wasn't called the resistance movement previously as a relatively.
Pan-Arabism
Pan-Arabism was always anti-Semitic, so it's just wrong to say historically it wasn't. It goes back to a time when the leader of the Arabs.
That wasn't my claim. My claim is that was not Islamic.
Whatever. If it's not your claim, that's fine. But I want to make it very clear that it was always anti-Semitic, because that's what I heard, that it wasn't anti-Semitic previously. It was always strongly anti-Semitic to the point that the leader was working with the Nazis, moved to Germany to work with the Nazis, and then they came back and spilled Nazi propaganda, which was not even about any Palestinian people, it was just Arabs versus and Muslims versus Jews. And this Palestinian identity as a people developed later, much later.
And when that developed, from the beginning, it was anti-Semitic, and it was put in writing. So there's no ambiguity on this.
I want to pass the mic to Gazelle. Gazelle, well, no, we don't want to just talk like it's an open stage. Go ahead, Gazelle.
Wait, how's it an open stage? Pepe was trying to get off what he was saying, and you cut him off a lot.
Yeah, he's been talking for 4 hours straight.
I know, but you could let him finish.
Rich, honestly, fuck up.
Oh, earn the hate, BB.
Okay, there you go. Gazelle.
Well, there's lots of lies that are flowing around. I'm going to start with the last thing the gentleman just mentioned here, that no Palestine. It's not true, because when the British occupied that land, it was Palestine, and you can review their documents.
Let me go after this guy, guys. Continue. Yeah, it's not what I said either.
Okay. No. Let him go, because I want Gabriel to destroy him right now. Go ahead, Gazelle. You said that we have an echo chamber, right? Go ahead.
Yep.
It is actually. There's 9 people are talking about the.
Go ahead, fuckface. You have the floor.
Well, first I can say fuckface to you too, but.
Thank you. I actually like that.
Anywhere.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Alright, when I asked Alan about if there was any stabbing Muslims before the 1970s and when the Soviet Union went to Afghanistan, he said he doesn't want to talk about that. That's actually when the extremist Muslims started. That's not propaganda. You can look it up. Started when the American government funded these extremists. I know you were saying, "Oh, you're God."
No. I'm just wondering, like, how the fuck, what happened?
Just let him.
Also,
he's correct. He's correct. We did fund these people.
And you can look it up. Like,
just let him go.
Gazelle, finish up your point.
No, Rafi, please. I want Gabriel to grab this next.
And I'll answer him after he's done.
Let Gabriel go, please, after Gazelle. Please, guys.
Okay, I think Alan should care about that, because it's his government that's funding these extremists to fight the Soviet Union. Then when that was done, they cut them loose and they turned their heads to fight Americans now. And they, by the way, you can look up videos for when they invited these extremists to the White House. They called them freedom fighters. They're the same extremists that did 9/11 years after that.
Thank you. Alan,
Gabriel.
say something rude. Hold on, he referred it to Alan. Give it Alan 1 minute, and Gabriel can go right away. It's okay.
So in other words, what you're saying is they're ungrateful fucks. We help support them in their fight against the Russians, and then they turn around and fight us. Even more reason to fuck with them. That's my first response. The second response is the problem with your statement is that it implies that all of this started back in the war with Afghanistan, when those of us who know understand that the battle between Christians and Islam and Jews goes back hundreds of years. This didn't start in the 70s. It didn't start in the 60s. It didn't start in the 1800s. It started long before that. Muslims don't need a reason to hate Christians. They don't need a reason to hate.
That's how many different fees,
They
taxes,
just
and the city hits us
it's
with.
based into your religion. So don't fucking lie to this audience and try and portray like it has something to do with who America funded when it was the blame for supporting these terrorists.
Thank you. No. Gabriel goes now. Thank you, Alan. Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, guys. So I'll try to hit quickly the 3 points. So the first point, and the easiest one, Alan started to talk about it really well, I think. But the idea that the West created extremism. Yes, sure, extremism exists in Muslim and Islamist societies, but it's all a result of the West. It is the biggest load of shit. And it was invented by folks like Edward Said, who were, in my opinion, given a stupid amount of respect for the shittiest scholarship. It's simply because Americans and Westerners are basically completely ignorant of Arab and Muslim history. And so the simplest thing to say is that Islam is divides the world into Dar al-Harb, which is the house of war, and Dar al-Salam, which is the house of peace. So when people say Islam is the house of peace, yes, for anyone who converts to Islam, anyone who is Muslim. And actually, well, you have to be the right kind of Muslim because the different sects of Islam kill the fuck out of each other all the time. So the first thing is to say that extremism, right, is unfortunately cooked into Islam. Now, are there good things in Islam? Sure. The shit that they copied from the Jews and they copied from the Christians are good things. So there's plenty of good Muslims, following the good things. But there are way too many Muslims who follow the shitty things, 3 of which we all are aware of. Number 1, looking at the whole world who isn't Muslim as kafir, as people who are part of Dar al-Harb and are to be conquered or killed. Number 2, if anyone is a Muslim and dares to leave Islam, right? This is, by the way, this is a feature of Islam. It's not a bug, okay? I dare anybody to tell me this is not a core part of Islam, right? Okay. So if someone leaves... No, you cannot, because I'm speaking. And I'm answering your 3 points. You gish-galloped over 3 things, but you were actually relatively brief. I will do you the same favor, and then you can answer. So, if you want to leave Islam, right, 3 wise men are going to speak to you, I forget how many times, and then if you still insist, they are allowed to kill you. That is actually part of the faith. And then the third thing, of course, is the idea that everyone, including non-Muslims, has to live by Sharia. These things, right, are features of the religion which make it a cancerous political ideology, not simply a religion of faith. Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, as they are currently practiced, right, do not have anything like this. Okay? And that is why Islam gets criticized. And there's nothing fucking wrong with criticizing Islam. So number 1, Islam breeds extremism from its foundational texts to its commentaries to all of its empires. Now, the second point I'm going to hit is that extremism, right, was not created in the 1970s. That extremism started with the Arab-Muslim conquest of Jerusalem, which Arab and Muslim historians brag about. So when people talk about colonization, it's about the land. Spare me the bullshit, okay? Jerusalem was one of like 25 significant places, states, empires that Arab-Muslim conquered. Arabization and Islamization are bragged about today by Arab and Muslim historians. There's even a concept that if land was Arab or Muslim at one point, it must remain that way. That's why all these fuckers are talking about Al-Andalus. We have to get Spain back. We have to get Portugal back because it was once Muslim land and it must belong to Muslims again. This is a colonialist, imperialist, throw more word salad at it, throw left word salad, throw right word salad, but it is a conquering mentality. There's no 2 words about it. So I don't want to hear lefty bullshit, right, about, oh my God, Israelis, they conquered, they colonized. They didn't colonize jack shit. But you know who did colonize, right? The Amazigh were colonized, right? The Egyptians are not Arab or Muslim. Egyptians, true Egyptians, are Copts. And then there's other groups that are the indigenous people of that area. They were Arabized and colonized. Then you get to Armenians, Chaldeans, Assyrians. Today, a lot of these guys are Iraqi, and they call themselves Arab. But actually, most Chaldeans are almost extinct. Assyrians, Arameans, right? These people were Christian. There's hardly any of them left. Then you get to the Armenians and the Turkish Muslim genocide against the Armenian Christians. Then you get to the Kurds, because many of them were the wrong type of Muslim, and because they were the wrong ethnicity, they weren't Arab. You can keep going. You get to 10 African tribes. Arab-Muslim supremacy, colonization, and mass murder has gone on for 1,400 years. I didn't even cover the 1,400 years of the Arab and Muslim slave trade, which fucking goes on till today. So if you're trying to say that the U.S. and the West traveled back in time 1,400 years and made the Prophet Muhammad
go and his followers go conquer and mass murder in Jerusalem, and then go conquer Black African peoples and castrate them and kill 10 to 20 million of them, you know, and that's just enslave those guys because of a time machine. I don't believe you, okay? Extremism is unfortunately, expansionism and extremism is cooked into the political and war ideology that is called Islam, okay? Now, that is not an attack on every Muslim. It's not an attack on all Muslims. It is simply a fact of history, because by the time you get to the 50th country that is now Muslim, right, and the 22nd country that is Arab, when originally you started with one country, Arabia, that was Arab and Muslim, something must be up. And then the last thing I'll say, and that's one sentence, appreciate you guys hearing me out, is that there was no state in the history of the world called Palestine. There was no state with a king called Palestine. There was no coin called Palestine with Palestinian coins. What we had was a place, like, let's call it Texas.
One eternity later.
Yes, exactly. Let's call it Texas, okay? Texans, right, are not an ethnicity. Texans were never an ethnicity. Now, today, you can make an argument the Palestinians have decided through 7 or 8, 6 generations of mental abuse.
Gabriel land.
Yeah. You can say that you can argue that there are people whose sole purpose is to destroy another people, but there was never a country called Palestine back then.
Thank you.
I agree with everything you said.
Hold on. Gazelle, you want to rebuttal this one?
Yeah, just quickly here.
Make it quick. You have 1 minute.
A lot quicker than Gabriel.
And okay, Gabriel.
The
But
naked
like
eye,
the list that you just listed,
you
it's
cannot
all lies.
detect any.
I'm not sure where
all
to
of them?
start.
None of those.
Yeah, so
Wow.
let's
I'm
start.
sorry, guys. I'm not gonna listen to bullshit. Like he explained everything in minutes in the best way possible, and this piece of shit fucking jihadist say whatever you say is a lie.
Okay,
Shut your fucking ass up.
Wait, where we want to engage with the terrorists? Guys,
That's why I said you can never.
Ocean, weren't we wanting to engage with the terrorists?
Oh, yes, we do want to engage with the terrorist
You
sympathizer.
just can't kick everybody down just because they're retards.
I'm gonna bring him back up. Gazelle, come back up.
Guys, this is stupid though. Why would you just let him like bury himself if he was making a bad argument? Like,
Again, we're
No,
gonna.
I think it's fine to let him say what he wants to say, but he should say what the lies are rather than saying they're all lies.
Tell him
this is a lie. That
They
was a
made it
lie.
like kicked him down, and I don't even agree with the guy, but they kicked him down right when he was about to list off all the lies. Tell him what he thinks. Even though I disagree with him.
We're gonna be.
Is that rich?
So how do you explain all the? How do you explain all the churches and all the Christians survived these horrifying years that you were just describing now, and survived for 1400 years?
If you look at the, if you look at the beautiful, you have a fucking.
Hold on. He's replying to me. Let me answer him. Yeah, Gazelle, is it rhetorical, or do you want Gabriel to respond?
I'm just gonna give him an example. So I'm original from Iraq.
Go ahead.
I'm original from Iraq. We have lots of
my
Christians
family is
there.
too. Go ahead. They're faggots.
Okay. So we have lots of, as you know, maybe we have lots of churches. We had lots of Christians.
Yeah, but you pieces of shit literally made them have to leave.
Oh, that's after the war. That's after the invasion.
Pepe, could you be quiet, or whoever that is? Just let Gazelle speak.
I'm trying to be as much as respectful as I can. Some of you guys don't know that language, unfortunately.
Gazelle, continue. You have 1 minute. Land your plane.
I just gave him an example of Christians surviving the brutality that he was.
Okay. So you said that's a lie. Can I answer? In 30 seconds?
Quick.
All right.
Yeah, please.
BB, show me on the doll where you were touched. All right. So, Chaldeans, Assyrians, and Aramaeans are Christians. Chaldeans are down to less than 600,000 people worldwide. Okay, there was an Assyrian empire. They were conquered, and they have been mass murdered by Arab Muslims who ruled over them, just like 20 plus other religious and ethnic minorities. That's my answer.
Thank
That's
you.
actually not true. So the Assyrians were 3,000 BC, 3,000 years BC. Islam came 600.
And after Islam came, how did they treat Assyrians? How did they treat Assyrians after Islam came? How did they treat Assyrians? I can find you an Assyrians tomorrow. You can ask. Would you like to ask 100 Assyrians how they were treated? Would you like to ask?
You were talking. I'm talking about Iraq 3,000 years before.
Gazelle, you're squirming. I'm saying when Arab Muslims it's very simple. When Arab Muslims control a state, a city, an empire, they treat other minorities, right? They treat Christians and Jews like dhimmi, like third-class apartheid citizens, and they did that to Assyrians just as recently as the past 100 years in Iraq.
I'm not gonna try to defend Islam because I'm not religious, but.
Really? Okay. So am I wrong? Am I wrong? No. Are Jews and Christians not treated as dhimmi third citizens?
Yes.
I have no of that or to deny it.
Really? With the jizya? Really?
The Copts in Egypt? Seriously? The Coptic Christians?
Like you guys play the same fucking game with them that you played with us. Like this is so obnoxious. Like you're so disingenuous.
How do you know? Like you were listing the wars between Muslims and the people in that.
Gazelle.
But you forgot all the wars in Europe.
Gazelle, can I ask you a question? Do you think we can get the answer from ChatGPT, from AI? I'm asking you, do you think we can get the answer from AI?
No, I'm not saying what Muslims did back then was perfect.
Simply be religious. No, wait, Gazelle, you didn't answer Rafi's question. Rafi asked you, do you think we can get the answer from ChatGPT or artificial intelligence from AI?
Well,
about the Assyrians, the Copts, the Chaldeans, have they been treated like shit? Been treated like third-class citizens in Muslim-run countries for the last 1,000 years?
Yeah, I actually asked the question, so I have an answer from GPT.
Are we going to take that as factual, Gazelle, or are we going to,
Or are you going to discredit and say it's a lie?
So you know.
Hold on, Gazelle, you're not that Muslim. You just said you don't follow. But if we give you the answer, which you have the same opportunity to get the same answer, are you going to accept it?
Of course, once you tell me the resources.
Okay, so Hero, please, the mic, the stage is yours. Since you already looked it up.
So
you can verify.
So this is the question I asked. I said, did the Assyrian population decline significantly under Islamic rule? Okay, so I thought that was phrased pretty neutrally. And it says yes, but not all at once. There wasn't an immediate catastrophic collapse right after the Islamic conquest, but over the long term, the Assyrian population declined significantly under Muslim-ruled states. The steepest and most devastating declines were often later, not in the first centuries of Islam. So I hope that answers. I mean, there's a lot more, but it's
Euro. Can you do me one small favor? Swap out Assyrian for Copt and just focus on Egypt. Say how have the Copts of Egypt, the Christian Copts, fared under majority Muslim rule?
Yeah, they have pogroms and they run around and kill them in the street or in their church.
I'm not sure what to do.
Gazelle, you made us claim that everything Gabriel said was a lie.
Yeah.
We started dissecting everything that Gabriel said. Now we're verifying it. Now you're saying we don't know how we got here.
Yeah. He mentioned.
You made that claim that he lied.
Yes,
you knew on every topic that he spoke on. You made a statement. He lied.
Yes.
Now we ask you if you're gonna take what we're gonna give you, and you have the same information by your fingertips to find out right now, and to verify this information, what Gabriel said, are you going to accept it? You said yes.
No.
And now you're playing stupid. You don't know how we got it.
No. Wait. Like he says, the Assyrians, the numbers declined after Islam. It didn't say how. Did they? Like what happened? Did they kill them?
It said after the Muslim conquest. Did you notice that part? There was a conquest.
Yeah. You rotten piece of shit.
What happened?
You low down rotten piece of shit. You have some of the oldest. Hold on. You have some of the oldest Christian populations in the fucking world that speak Aramaic, the closest language least currently, that what Jesus would have spoke. Yes, they absolutely had to, because of like Muslim hukes like you, that would terrorize them and fucking kill them. And like the fact that I have to listen, and this is a problem with, I don't. Does the left have? Do they have any safeguards when it comes to talking to these fucking people?
No.
This is hurts right now. No, you people are venomous as shit.
Just
okay,
like you.
Literally,
Just
right
like
now,
you.
shut your goddamn filthy fucking diaper head mouth, you fucking faggot.
So
you
I actually can
you infect the world with your fucking filth.
Papi.
And then when they're not willing to go along with it, you fucking terrorize them and kill them. That is your goddamn game.
Hold on.
So I have the answer to that question.
Okay, so Euro, please. Now verify the next. So Gazelle, we're taking everything Euro says as factual, right? Correct, Gazelle? You admitted that. And again, you can verify Gazelle by going to the same chat GPT and typing in the same answer and reading it with your own two eyes.
Yeah.
And asking
Two things. One is the next question I asked was about the Coptic population, but about the Assyrian population, part of the answer I didn't read is the explanation of why and how. So you raised a good question because I didn't mention how. So it said, and I read this first part, the steepest and most devastating declines were often later, not in the first centuries of Islam. For Assyrians, some of the most severe demographics came under later Muslim-ruled polities, especially the late Ottoman period and World War I, when the Assyrian genocide, often called Sepho, killed very large numbers and shattered historic communities. Modern displacement in Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Turkey then reduced the population further. So the answer did explain how. And then the next question I asked was, what about the Copt population in Egypt? That's my entire question. It says the Coptic population declined very substantially under Islamic rule over the long term. The strongest concise statement I found is from historical economic paper by Mohammed Saleh. Copts fell from almost all of Egypt's population in 641 to about 7% by 1897.
Okay, so I just asked ChatGPT the same question, and I got a different answer.
Oh, okay. Except the Copt population didn't fall.
Answer with your facts on it, so we can check.
Okay, so early Islamic and medieval periods after the Muslims.
First of all, hold on. Gazelle, how did you state your question? Tell us.
Yeah. How did Muslims treated Christians in what's called Iraq right now?
Yeah, so a totally different question, of course.
Yeah, you asked them what the question.
So don't you think this is a good question, like good wording for the question?
No,
to ask for what period of year, like what specific timeline are we asking?
Yeah, the answer was specific. So early Islamic period, which is the 7th century. Christians became part of an Islamic state. Christians were considered people of the book. I don't know if you guys know, but or whoever is following Torah or Bible.
Bro, we don't need a history fucking breakdown. We all know this. Hurry up.
Okay, and we're allowed to practice their religion, special text. So the only different thing was
but practicing your religion was literally like butchering people and stripping away the rights of the native people that like.
So point number 2 from the answer. Many Christians held important roles, especially in medicine, translation, and administration during the Abbasid Caliphate. Yeah.
Because Arabs were dumb.
It has absolutely nothing to do with what Gabriel said. Gabriel said the Assyrian population was significantly reduced under Islamic rule, and so was the Copt population. And then you said, your response to that was, that's a lie. So then I asked GPT, and it says yes. And it says significantly, it didn't happen in the early Islamic rule, which I already said. It happened more recently under the late Ottoman period, where there was a genocide, an Assyrian genocide, and
a large people were killed, and then there was a large displacement. As far as the cop population, it went from 100% down to 7%. So I don't know how you could say that's a lie to say it's a significant.
I asked you, Gazelle, and I asked you specifically, what time frame did you choose in that question that you asked? Chat? Why 7th century?
Because the Islam came in the 650. So it's like
but
50
we
years
weren't
after.
talking about the 7th century.
So you're talking about like till now?
Yes, I said that twice. I said that twice. I said that under. Let me listen. What you took issue with, right? One of the things, right? Because I booted out like 7 or 8 significant facts. You said they're all lies. One of my facts was simply that groups like the Copts, who used to be a majority, Coptic Christians were a majority in Egypt. They're now a minority. One second, one moment. Listen, they're now a minority, okay? Coptic girls are kidnapped and raped or force converted today. There are dozens of articles about this. Google Coptic girls abducted in Egypt.
One moment. You made a fallacy.
Congress had to the U.S. Congress, it got so bad, and Egypt's our ally, that the U.S. Congress had to have hearings about why Christian girls were being abducted and in their youth mass raped or force converted. And it's still happening today. So I'm just trying to tell you that under Muslim rule, right, it doesn't matter if it was a conquest, in the 7th century, or it wasn't. In many cases, it was. The point is that under Muslim majority rule, indigenous peoples who used to be a minority are now minorities, and they are treated terribly. Jews are just one of the groups. All kinds of Christians, Kurds, Assyrians, Arameans, Chaldeans, right? Amazigh. Literally every place where there was an indigenous group, once Islam took hold, right? And I'm not blaming all of Islam. I'm saying the way this all happened, right, is that apparently every time you have a Muslim majority country, the former majority indigenous groups of people, they lose their language, they lose their religion, they lose their livelihoods eventually, and then their population dwindles. And you can go down the list of 20 groups I named. That's the problem.
So what you're trying to say is
Hindu girls are also kidnapped in Sindh and Pakistan.
100%
correct. But
religion. Wait a second.
Jews surrendered.
Wait a second.
Wait a second, just to be fair, I asked GPT the question the same way he phrased it. So I said, how were Christians treated during the late Ottoman period? And it gives a very long answers, and I'll read from it. For Armenians, conditions deteriorated badly in the 1890s, the Armenian massacres, and then catastrophically in 1915-19, when the government carried out deportations and mass against Armenian Christians during the First World War.
Is a Coptic Christian, just by the way.
You don't know what Google is?
Coptic. I'll look it up, but really, is this a big group?
Yeah.
Is it?
A lot of Coptics.
In the Middle East?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have Google though. I got your point. But how are you?
I mean, you don't hear about Coptic Christians kidnapping and murdering Muslim girls, do you?
No, but I just heard that Gabriel talking about it. I believe him. So
Yeah, Gabriel's bringing fucking fire.
yeah, I'll brush up, but it's really a mess, isn't it?
If you know everything there is about Islamic history and crime, it's pretty damning.
I know very little, but I am negatively biased. So I was also, blocked from the Twin Towers on 9/11, so I have my whole personal trauma history on that one.
You think there were detonators inside the buildings?
I had a phase where I believe that. What do you think?
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I've seen those side-by-side videos, right, where Is that what you're referring to? Stuff like that?
Mm-mm.
The 7 building, right?
No, I'm just saying that controlled demolitions, like,
yeah,
are a thing, and there's just no way that a building at the top on fire can just fall like that unless it's a controlled demolition. It's impossible.
Yeah. Haven't thought of that a lot.
I mean, it'll burn like a candle, but it won't fucking drop.
Yeah. Jesus, what a day. Well, you were a child when that happened, right?
I was a freshman in college.
Okay. Not quite a child.
I watched it live on TV.
Yeah.
I saw the second one go in, and I was like, what the fuck? A second plane hit? I was like, oh my God. I was like, this isn't a coincidence. I was like, this is like a coordinated attack.
I was on
It's
the
crazy.
bus. I was on the bus, John. Like, look up City Hall, and the bus driver, we all felt it. He goes, "This is the end of the line, folks. I don't know what's going on." And I walked down there. It's like, pandemonium. But what a crazy, crazy thing. You know what I said, John, about the people who were rushing up Broadway? I said, these people are overreacting. What could happen? Yeah. You had the phones back then, John.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? And, well, yeah, an hour later, I was stuck in my building because it collapsing. What a crazy thing. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to get married and have kids?
I don't know. I'm working on that.
You should. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, listening to Pepe all day isn't going to be fulfilling enough for me, unfortunately.
Me either.
I had like a moment of panic today where I was like meditating and sitting in the sun, and I just heard Pepe's voice. And I started panicking. I was like, oh no, how do I get rid? I was like, how do I get this guy's voice out of my head?
What a voice, though. Yeah. I got the same problem.
It's literally like Kermit the Frog if he got beat over the head with a baseball bat.
The things he says are just...
See, what's really stupid is when you listen to him, you assume his liability and responsibility. And so it's crazy to listen to this guy because it becomes the Pepe show. And it's basically a retarded show. And if you're higher intelligence than him, he can't necessarily make you dumber, but if you're choosing to listen to him, then you are actually dumber.
It's like whippets, John. Have you ever done them? You know, the club drug of the 80s.
I've seen people at concerts do that. I'm like, are these people crazy? Like, what a horrible drug.
It's horrible. You lose brain cells. But I've done those in the 80s. And later, when I read up on it, I said, what an idiot. Why would you do that to yourself? You know better. You're a smart half-Jew.
I know. It's like choosing to take a nail gun and just shoot a nail in your brain.
Exactly. It's like listening to Pepe. Okay, well, I hope they don't arrest us for the pejorative commenting. I actually respect that guy more than many others.
Pepe?
Because, yeah, I can't explain it. Do you?
Oh God, no! I can't believe that people, even Jews, share the stage with him because he calls people the K word. He's mentally unstable. But the thing is, it's like if this is what he thinks is like responsible, or like, you know, if his dad was to listen to him, I'm not trying to project here, but like, I don't know. It's just not. See, the part you can't be proud of it. You can't be proud of it.
It's deviant.
Well, it's stupid. I mean, write an essay and publish something, but like to come on here and scream and scream and scream, it's so stupid, so juvenile.
Totally agree. He's been one of my least favorites. But lately, I have found myself, similar to the way you described, listening to him going, what is the fascination, Jane? He's so, it's like abnormal psych.
See, if you believe that all communication is hypnosis, this is Pepe's hypnosis, but again, it goes back to the person who's willing to submit to the hypnosis Pepe session. It's your choice, you know.
Exactly. Well, John, as always, thank you. I see you're running for mayor. I'll get the updates someday.
I am. I see Scott's doing well. He's looking thin. He's dating a girl. Oh my gosh, he turned it all around.
I met her. Yeah, she's lovely.
Wow, good for him.
Very nice. She has children. He's well. I hope he'll do well there. She's very nice.
Good. Everybody needs. Have you ever seen the movie Blues Brothers?
Yeah, when I was a child.
Everybody needs somebody. That movie is a very funny movie because the whole thing is hypnosis. They're like magician hypnotists who go around society trolling it, and then they get called up on stage and they play their version of like a mythical Chicago duo called the Blues Brothers that don't actually exist, but everybody accepts it as such. When they hear the music, they like it, but you know, prior to that, nobody knows who they are. It's a very funny movie because it forces all these assumptions onto the viewer. It's very funny. I was watching it today. I was like, this is actually genius and very funny because
I gotta rewatch that.
yeah, because they just make up the character. It's all made up, but they have a lot of cameos of like famous musicians and famous celebrities.
It was so popular. It was so popular.
I know, it's kind of funny. It's like it makes me want to dress up as a blues brother and like go around town and do music. Yeah, it's just a simple black and white suit, but it's a genre of blues, but it's all made up. It's just fantasy. Just like Clubhouse and Pepe being intelligent. I mean, do you hear him speak?
I think what's going on there is I didn't say I thought he was intelligent. It was a relative comparison that sometimes he seems to know history more than others. Yeah.
Fuck you guys.
Really can't believe how much people just listen to him.
See, he's got energy, and I think a lot of people would.
I think that's what it is. Something intangible.
See, from a recorder's perspective, I never want dead airtime. So he is a good filler because he doesn't stop, and so there's always I think a lot of the people here are just playing it, and then they're doing organizing and cleaning in the background. But when you actually listen to him, and if you were to take all of his worst, most racist, horrible things that he says, he is garbage. He is literally like a mountain of garbage.
Why there is a sense that he has multiple channels when people say, well, he's doing a role. No, he isn't. He's always the same.
I don't know why Jews even they mod him. They listen to him say horrific things. I just can't believe it.
About a year ago, I wrote to Abby and I tried to make up. We're not exactly friendly, but I respect her enough. And I went, "Why are you friends with him?
Mm-hmm.
He hates us." But she gave me some, polite answer about like, "Well, he's a Zionist," and I'm like, "We're making deals with
It's crazy. He's not a Zionist. He is
I don't
not.
think he is either. But
It doesn't matter. It does. See, the thing is, he's just a. If you.
who's in America making deals with the dumbest among us, Americans?
It's not a deal. They're just tolerating it because I think eventually you have to realize he's never going away. He loves being here, and so.
All the Huckabee people, I'm saying, like the broader group of evangelicals that are obsessed with Israel. So AIPAC likes them. Hegseth and all that. I mean, these are dumb people.
Yeah, but so what? I mean, I just.
To preserve Israel, we have to fuck up all of America.
Are you kidding me? America's fucked up with or without Israel. Like we're stupid.
I agree.
We tax ourselves to death. We're the cruelest people. we're insane. We're stupid. We've ruined the country in 20 fucking years. 20 fucking years we ruined the country. 25 years we've ruined this fucker. We have depleted it all. It's gone. There's nothing left. There's no pension money. It's just one giant fucking mortgage, and the revenue is going down. The businesses are shutting down. Like, the whole system is caving in slowly, but it's caving. It's not growing. It's caving. It's just because of all the debt.
Kind of a funny thing. How do are your parents in their 60s?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Like the notion of Social Security. I don't think there's anyone who's been like professional, who's planning to live on it. No.
My mother lives on it. She's so cheap. She pees in the toilet 5 times before she flushes it.
Oh, my mother does too, by the way. I'm saying people my age. I'm not eligible until.
It's not that people expect to live off of it. It's the fact. It's everything. It's Medicare, Medicaid at $4 trillion a year. It's not just Social Security.
We money. I don't know why they don't just give everybody a rate. Give us all a check.
Exactly. They should cut everything and just issue us checks.
With it. Yes. Yeah. And I think that's not understood. There are many. I'm a Democrat, as you know, but on that issue, I don't think that sounds very much. That sounds like a conservative, and I don't care, because I'm like, it is stupid. It doesn't work. But even me, I'm like, but I had to pay money for my fucking whole life. Write me a check. Give me something. Don't you think that should simplify everything? They won't do that. I don't know.
Well, it's possible that we go into like a World War III type of thing, and everybody is just like shuffled along and pushed down the stairs, and
massive death.
It's possible.
The weeding out. Yeah, it's gross.
It's possible. I keep saying the baby boomers want to boom, and like they're gonna actually like take us to the next level of stupidity.
Seems so. My dad and mom, they're already 80, so they're like that generation prior to baby boomers.
Yeah, my dad's turning 80. He's not
that's
clueless though. He knows there's corruption out there like everywhere. It's wild. But anyways, all right. Well, Jane, I don't want to keep you anymore. Have a great evening.
Okay, see you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
You tell me that like Kim Jong-un is somebody who's a good person? That we should respect his quote unquote authority?
That was for you, Gazelle. You started about the Kasumkum.
I'm very smart. You know 2 words in Arabic?
No, Kasumkum South Sudanese and means retard.
My question was, let's say Trump invaded North Korea tonight. Who is that? Holy shit. Okay, let's say that Trump invaded North Korea tonight, got rid of the regime. There's going to obviously be growing pains.
Alan, close your fucking mic while you're washing dishes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's obviously going to be growing pains between the North Koreans and the South Koreans because, one group has been malnourished, abused, probably has way higher rates of PTSD and so forth. But do you think that it's morally wrong that we would want to, free North Koreans?
No, what I think is you guys never do that for moral reasons. Never.
Oh. You're I would say like at least half correct there.
Wait, how is it not moral to kill fucking terrorists?
Because you would say that when you came and invaded Iraq, you said there's weapons of mass destruction.
No. That was just a lie.
You guys lied.
Yeah, that was a lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, Saddam switched over the U.S. petrodollar 98 to the euro. We went back in there. Second we took Baghdad, we switched back over to the U.S. petrodollar. We destabilized Iraq. We got rid got rid of Saddam because he started with all this fuckery shit, even though we were the ones that put him in fucking power under fucking Bush Sr., controlling, running the fucking CIA. And then we destabilized Afghanistan, and then we trained all their fucking soldiers, and then we left them billions of dollars in munitions and let them fight the Chinese and Russians as they come back in. And then we fucking toppled Syria because they fucked around. So fuck around and find out.
Fucked around, you mean they want it to be a free country? Right?
Yeah. We do what we want. This is America, motherfucker.
That's pure tourism.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
So I'm still waiting, Gazelle. Are you going to concede to the point that...
Gazelle, you're just mad that you're not the biggest terrorist group. We are. You guys are a bunch of pussy faggots that get your ass kicked. And you guys are like, but you guys lost in Iraq and Afghanistan. We killed like 1.5 million Iraqis and over 1 million fucking Afghanis. And killed like 3 to 5 million citizens, civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan both. Like, how is that a fucking loss when we only lost like 4,000 soldiers over 22 years? Like, we really lost. We lose 4,000. And a huge fucking number of those are like accidents and suicides. Like fucking all kinds of big shit. Like somebody drove their fucking truck, their Humvee off a fucking cliff, and like 5 soldiers died. So we lost 4,000. You guys lost like 10 million. So go fuck yourself. You lost. Same thing with Gaza. You guys killed what? Fucking 1,200 people, and we've murked fucking 80,000 of you motherfuckers. It's amazing.
I'm not proud of any civilian killed. I'm like,
too bad. You should cry about the Nazis in Stalingrad and fucking Dresden. You should cry about all that shit too. You should cry about Iwo Jima and Nagasaki.
Thursday.
You should fucking cry about fucking D-Day.
Let's actually do
Thursday. You guys agree with what this guy said?
Wait, you should cry about fucking Normandy and D-Day, and you should cry about fucking Iwo Jima. You should cry about the 40,000 people dying a day. I know, it's fucking crazy, yeah. But how is Islam a race, you fucking retard? Explain that. You guys love throwing that away. You could say Islamophobia, but a phobia is an irrational fear. This is a rational fear. This is a rational hatred. This is justified why I have hatred for Islam.
You should.
I mean, I know your Quran, your Hadith, and your tafsirs. It's fucking disgusting.
Do you guys agree with what this guy is saying?
100%. Partially. Most of them. Some of them a whole heart.
Wasn't it your prophet wasn't a pedophile?
Yeah, he fucked Aisha. He married Aisha when he was 51. He was 51. Aisha was 6. He consummated marriage at his old when he was 54. And he penetrated her. He used to thigh her.
No, because I have a question. Because you talk a lot of stuff. What would you do if you had a time machine?
Oh, yeah, I love this one. Yeah, if I had a time machine, I'd go back, kidnap Prophet Muhammad. I'd let pigs anally rape him and ejaculate into his asshole. And then I'd let all the donkeys and all the other livestock fuck him in the ass. And then I would cut his head off and I would chop him up in 1,000 pieces. Then I'd feed him to pigs. Then I'd burn the pigs. Then I'd fucking bury the pigs and pour sulfuric acid so all the burnt parts are all gone. So that way there's
what?
Excellent. Thank you.
Again.
Oh, actually, you know what? I take it back. I would probably let the Al-Zut men rape him some more, too.
Is there anyone that...
Gazelle, aren't you supposed to leave when somebody insults your prophet? You're not supposed to associate and engage with that person? And you keep engaging on this stage.
I'm not talking. No, Rich.
I know you're not a super religious person, but Rich, I guess you're just. Rich,
I guess you're supposed to kill you, but he can't.
I know.
I just want to know. No, I'm just trying.
But he's supposed to run away like a cowardice little bitch.
I'm trying
like his
ask the other guys here. Do you guys agree with what this guy is saying? He's
100 million.
Hold on. We'll get a vote on this. Everybody who agrees with me, put a 1 in the chat. Everybody who disagrees, put a 0.
But what he said, just for those who didn't listen to what he said,
let's see how many ones we get. Anybody agree? 1. Oh, there's 1-0. Oh, fuck. I'm losing. Oh, there's a 1. There's a 1. Oh, shit. 1's coming in. 1's coming in, baby. Yeah, we got this. Yeah. Get some, motherfucker. This is why you guys lose. We have more energy.
This nigga's clearly on crack. Like,
Galaxy, you have AIDS, like full blown AIDS.
you're on crack.
You don't have HIV anymore. You have those big fucking
But you're on
AIDS
crack,
sores
so-
on your arm.
But
Remember when you were standing in the lobby with your gay little
you're on
fucking
crack.
Daredevil or no Deadpool looking fucking dog, and you were standing there holding that ugly fucking fugly looking dog, and you had those big AIDS sores all over your arms. You're gonna be dead soon.
Oh no! Oh no!
I think the ones won and the zeros lost. And I thank all of the committee for voting for me, and I'll sing this little song. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad is burning in hell. Muhammad is a baby.
It can just be normal. Like, why you have to be an idiot?
No. Like KK said, I am a crackhead, and I'm on crack and meth.
You're not religious. Why is it bother? What's going on?
Oh shit, I got Mikhail and KK mixed up with the same PTR.
Most of the people here are like agreeing with what you just said here. Like,
Well, don't throw up fucking skulls at me when you ate your fucking wife's pussy while she's on her period. That's disgusting, bro. No, I'm talking about William Wallace in the chat. He gave me skulls. He ate his own wife's pussy while she was on her period. It's gross.
Okay, then you guys are lost cause here.
No, I agree. It's disgusting. William should be taken out back.
Yeah, I know we're non-believers. You're supposed to kill us, but you can't do shit about it.
No, it's not that. I don't care. I don't give shit about your beliefs. But celebrating killing over 1 million civilians is
No, 3 to 5 million. It was 1 million combatives. 1.5 million in Iraq and 1 million in Afghanistan. 5 million civilians in each country. So it's between 6 and 10 million civilians. But you know that wasn't a genocide. You Muzzies weren't crying genocide then. You were just crying war crimes. You weren't saying it was fucking genocide. But then when Israel fucking engages with the Gazans, so the most densely populated area on Earth, compacted with a bunch of fucking kids because y'all are having like 18 fucking kids per each fucking woman. And you're like, oh, these 16-year-olds are running around with Kalashnikov, shitty F, and throwing rocks and trying to stab IDF soldiers and trying to shoot rockets at them. And the 16-year-old gets shot, and you go, oh, this baby boy is dead. This baby boy is dead. It's like, well, stop teaching your fucking kids Sesame Street, where you literally have cartoons where a fucking Palestinian fucking guy stands there. Well, actually, they have one cartoon. Where they were teaching the two kids to get knives and go stab the fucking Israelis in the neck. And then they had another one where there was a fucking security guard or police officer standing there, and then the guy standing across, and he observes him at like 1:30 doing like fucking switching out with another guard. So then he goes and gets a guard's uniform, and then he goes and pretends he's the new guard taking over that fucking position at that time at 1:30, and switches out like a minute earlier, takes his fucking gun away, and then walks through the grocery store and starts shooting people. This is literally the videos you guys make for your Palestinian kids. It's fucking disgusting.
Blame them if you think about them that way.
You think it's right to make Sesame style fucking commercials where you show Bert and Ernie sitting there saying kill the fucking Jews? Right. Go and get a knife and fight in jihad for Allah.
Negative, Rich.
And stab the fucking Jew in the face.
Raising their kids.
Imagine making cartoons for kids. Like, dude, hold on. Ocean. When people do that in the United States and they make Spider-Man commercial videos on YouTube and they put them out and they fucking put them out to kids and they're like, hey kids, look, this is Spider-Man like fucking Princess B, and then he like cuts her head off and shit, and they make these like animated cartoons and they market them for fucking kids because they're evil fucking people. We fucking say that that's abhorrent and fucking disgusting and horrific, but then when the Palestinians do the same thing, they're like, oh, Allahu Akbar.
Meanwhile, Spider-Man is fighting aliens most of the times, or bad guys. And then these guys are raising their kids.
They literally put like cartoon snuff videos and market
kill your neighbor, basically,
on YouTube. And we take that shit immediately down and ban their accounts and call it fucking horrific. But when the Palestinians do it, they scream Allahu Akbar. So fuck them.
That's why I said Americans are very privileged
first world problems.
So good. They got it so good. They don't realize how fucked up it is out there. So they think there is something better for them out there.
Yeah, go watch the videos about the Bachabazi boys, and then you'll be like,
I know, I have seen those, but they're absolutely wrong. There's nothing better out there. You got the best of the best in human history, and you're fucking it up. Europe fucked it up for themselves, and some fucking lefties, dumb fuck liberals, fucking Democrats are fucking it up in this country as well. So yeah.
I just want to say we gotta watch what we say about on some subjects because Roya has her eye on you, Rafi, and I. Takes a second. But I'm done. What are you doing, Rafi?
Me? Oh, nothing.
Are you hot micing?
I am hot micing. 1 second. Let me mute up.
Wait, is that Shuki? Like the real Shuki or fake Shuki? I think it is the real Shuki.
I don't know. No, he follows Amir's house. This is not the real Shuki.
Yeah.
I don't follow nobody.
Oh, it is Shuki.
It is Shuki. Shuki counts, yeah. Hey, listen here, motherfucker. I see you on the Shuki Express. Look up.
Go sit on the campus, you fucking piece of shit of a comment.
Shuki in Texas.
Did somebody kick him?
Did somebody kick him? Did BB kick him? Shuki, I'm sorry, BB kicked you. He's a piece of shit.
Somebody kick Shuki? Anybody?
Why would you kick Shuki?
I didn't touch him.
Somebody make Shuki back up.
I got it.
I want to hear Shuki scream. I see you on the Shuki Express. Look up, Rafi.
Shuki's the original of the Muhammad is a pedophile song.
Yeah, where do you think I got it? Yeah. You're a fucking piece of shit, BB.
Honestly.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
BB. No, we love BB. Fuck Rich.
BB, you're right.
Fucking crackhead, you're confusing me.
You're my puppet. Shut up, Rafi. BB, I have a question. When they build the third temple, do you think that they're gonna stone you for being an adulterer?
You could have multiple wives in the Old Testament.
Intentions?
You are the
I'm just trying to tell you, yeah, like, go ahead, Necro. I can talk all day, Necro. Stop annoying people. You can give somebody a minute, and then you can go for a minute. Fuck, it's not so complicated. If a Palestinian state was supposed to be a state, it would have been done in 1948, and they rejected it. See, they would have rejected it. The Soviet Union, that's like 1 second. Where did these retards come from? Fucking hell. When the partition plan came through, they said an Arab state and a Jewish state. Jordan took their share of the land. The Israelis took their share of the land. The Palestinians said no. Therefore, Israel for 1 year lost. Obviously, they've lost every single war. And ever since they never had a land. They've been given a land in 48, 52, 56, 63, 67, 72, 75, 81, 85, 86, 91, 95, 98, 2001, 2002, 2006, 2008, 2015, 2019.
2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024.
Don't come troll. We even asked a serious question. I just want to be serious for a second. Or else we're all going to troll. If the Palestinians wanted a state, they would have had it already. And I'm done.
John, Mima showed me where you picked your nose and wiped it on your shirt.
I'll admit I picked a winner. It was a very robust booger. It was robust. It was all because of the President Trump room. For like 2 to 3 days, I didn't shower or do anything. I just completely recorded the ever-living shit out of these rooms and put them all across the internet. And so as a result, I was
different for you.
I was using my shirt as basically a rag. So, you know.
You come on camera in whitey tighties with shit stains.
It's tidy white.
Yeah, I do. Well, I kind of stopped doing yoga videos while listening to Clubhouse, but people do have pictures of me doing yoga in my underpants because I was like, you know what? What is the difference between my underpants and a pair of gym shorts? Honestly, nothing. It's technically the same thing. So.
Do you know what Beaver pointed out in the video that I sent him when you were doing your birthday? Dude, he pointed out, I thought he was joking. He said, dude, he's sitting on the commode. And I said, what? And like, you see him sit down on the fucking toilet. What? I would have totally missed that huge joke. Had you pointed it out, like, put your pants down, and we see you sit on the toilet.
John, like I could just imagine just like doing with all those underpants videos. You're just like doing she's a maniac.
I don't know if it was planned, Kitover. I don't know if that was part of the art of that. But if it was part of it, you're way more brilliant than I had imagined. If that was a total, what is it called?
John, if you do a video of that, like dancing to that song in front of Trump Tower in Chicago, I might consider voting for you for mayor. Tower in Chicago, I might consider voting for you for mayor.
When people say Palestine, they check. Everybody knows what you're talking about. So, wouldn't it, from that standpoint, wouldn't it exist?
Yeah, and I want to go back to that. Can you give me very, very succinctly the actual argument? Okay, you're saying that because I really want to understand this. When people say Palestine didn't exist, okay, we know that's like just not true, right? But as a region, we know that it existed and it was called Palestine because it was referred to even in the 1800s by Herzl himself, Theodore Herzl. He referred to the area of Palestine. He said that was what they were looking to adopt as their Jewish homeland. It was between Argentina and Palestine. So what exactly is your claim So Palestine existed. The people that were inside of it were the people of Palestine. So what are you trying to say? I need succinctly.
Well, let me.
Because I'm not understanding this.
Okay, let me reply to you. I'll say it very, very quickly and very, very succinctly. So, when you look at the passports from back in the 1900s, 1800s, and everything else like that, when they refer to Palestinians, they refer to Jewish people. Look at the schools. Look at Necro. Shut the fuck up. This is when I do questions. When somebody's answering me a question and you won't shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
Talk afterwards.
You should have muted up.
Fucking hell, so annoying.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's never been a country called Palestine. It's always been called a region. It was called Palestine, then it was called Syria. People just happen to live in that.
Why are you such an insufferable cunt?
I don't mean. It's so terrible. I can't even finish a sentence. So terrible. But these people, the reason why Herzl said Palestine is because that's what the Romans called it when they took it over after they destroyed the Second Temple and everything else like that. And Jews were littered all around the world and they wanted to go home. By the way, Jerusalem has always been a majority Jewish city. And when they came and they made the Peel Treaty, the Peel Agreement, the Arabs themselves were like, oh, well, we're not going to agree with this. But there was never such thing as a Palestinian nation ever in the history of the world. Nobody called themselves Palestinians. And I'll give another example, Jordanians. The reason why Jordanians have the Hashemite kingdom is because they were the one that lost to the Al-Saud kingdom in Saudi Arabia. So the Al-Saud and the Hashemites were fighting over Saudi Arabia, and the British Empire said, you know what? Since Al-Saud won, you're going to get Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia gained their independence in their 20s. And then they sent the Hashemite kingdoms into Jordan. But there was never such thing as a Palestinian, ever in my...
What about Syria and Palestine?
Yeah, but there's no such thing. No such thing as Syria Palestinian. That's just what the Romans called the land.
No such thing as Ashok. Prove me wrong.
Okay, wait, hold on, Necro baby. Okay, so because this is I'm confused on that because that's just what they called the land, but that wasn't its official. Like, walk me through it because I'm misinformed. Then I don't understand.
When the Romans conquered it, they called it Syria Palestina, and then for the next millennium, multiple people owned that land. There was never a group, no king, no president, no empire, nobody ever made it ever our capital. It's never been a capital of anybody else apart from the Jewish people. It's never been owned by anybody else's capital apart from the Jewish people. The Palestinians were something that was cooked up in 1964 by the Soviets and the PLO and everything else like that. These people didn't exist. These people are like a bad hemorrhoid on the Israelis, The Jordanians, even the Queen of Jordan, she's half Palestinian, quote unquote. These people are just a bad hemorrhoid. They're just Arabs that just lost the war. That's all they are. And they happen to call themselves Palestinians. And all the anti-Semites, all the Jew haters will go on their side because they think, the Jews are committing treason or whatever the fuck. They're going to commit them up, genocide, whatever the hell they're going to do. But there's no such thing as a Palestinian. Never existed, Hillary. Ever. In anybody's entire life. It's just a horrible myth. It's like today. That pizza baller, Cardinal, he did it on Palm Sunday. Pizza baller, the Cardinal, he did it on Palm Sunday for a reason. The reason he did it is because he wanted to drop Catholic support for the Jewish state in a fundamental time right now when they're destroying Iran. Pizza baller is a radical Islam lover. Yeah, you can say, how can you call a Cardinal all that? But it's the same thing. They just hate the Jewish people. There's one thing that brings anti-Semites together, but
I am telling you, there's never been anything as a Palestine call, and I pray to God there never will be, Hillary. Just never happened.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. I remember in high school, there being like a big thing to recognize Palestine as a sovereign state, and I swear, this is the '90s, but I thought that had gone through. I thought that was a thing, but that goes to show you how often I look up facts.
No,
I'm
not
not thinking of the Oslo Accords.
What?
Israel, the Oslo Accords. Israel tried to set them up with a state. The only condition was that they would stop the terrorism. And their response was they increased the terrorism. And started.
Well, that's not following the rules, Palestine. What's up?
Well, there really isn't a Palestine. There were some like Arabs from that region who came into Israel. They came into the schools and the buses and the cafes and the pizza places and the discotheques, and they blew themselves
Don't
up.
forget the aeroplanes and the hijackings.
I would just like to point out that all of the words you just used definitely. All the words you just used, just put you on like a list. You're like blow, pizza, come into school bus. You are now on like 5 different lists, man. And it's
I don't follow what you're. I don't follow what you're saying.
I feel it. Sorry, I just feel it.
This is what they called the Intifada. So when they're calling for globalized Intifada, that means they want to kill Jews all over the world. Yeah, Czech is right. They also hijack airplanes and cruise liners, and they look for Jews in Argentina or in Britain. They're even doing it now.
So what do they want at the end? What is the end result of doing
They
all
want
this?
to kill Jews.
And that's it. They don't want their own state. They don't want their own
They don't want
government.
their own state. They've been offered it numerous times, and they walk away from the table.
That's a very robust booger.
For the state. They
They've
never
been offered their own state 8 times. They said no.
Yeah.
Ehud Barak, I wanna tell you something. Ehud Barak did the worst deal ever in the history of deals. He offered them 95% of Jerusalem, and they said no.
And they said no.
You know what President Bill Clinton said? He said, "I killed myself to get the Palestinian state," and they still said no. President Bill Clinton said,
What is the reasoning behind us continuously trying to offer it and them continuously saying no? Like, are they holding out for something?
Because we have a Western mentality. We have a Western mentality. We think that everybody wants what we want. They want hospitals and schools. They want a future for their children. They want technology and jobs and an economy. These people want none of that. America has given these Arabs of that region more money than we gave to Europe after World War II. And after World War II, Europe rebuilt itself, and now you have economies, and you have, the restoration of historic places. You have peace, you have democracy. These people, what we got out of it was the attack of October 7th. They used the money to build terror tunnels, and then they didn't let their own people into the tunnels. When we were fighting a war with them, which they started. They're like suicidal. They're nihilistic. You see what they're doing right now in Gaza. They're killing their own people. They still retain a little bit of the land on the other side of the line in Gaza, and they're massacring their own people.
So why don't they want to exist? I don't get it.
Why don't they what?
Why don't they want to exist?
It's some weird religious thing that if the Jews have sovereignty, then they see that as a block to the coming to the fulfillment of there being Islam everywhere on earth. It's
no, because I'll tell you again, you know what it says.
It's not bullshit. They convert people by the sword.
House of Gaza.
They convert people by the sword. They want to convert everybody. This is how it's spread from Mecca all across.
Wait, what does that mean? Convert by the sword?
Convert by the sword. They came on horses and camels with swords in their hands, and they cut people down unless they convert to Islam. Islam started in Mecca. It stretched all the way to Spain, to the all across Europe, all across North Africa. They converted people by killing them. That's what it means to convert by the sword. They were very, 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 very brutal.
Yeah, this is why I felt it was appropriate to play Sound of Silence when I hear people justifying the occupation.
Nobody's justifying anything. What do you mean by an occupation? What part is occupied? How can you occupy something that didn't exist? When was it theirs?
You know, there's no occupation. You know, people like Necro think that's cool in 2026, and in 2028 they're gonna be retarded and slow again, because there's no such thing as occupation. You people were the ones who are gonna be thinking they're correct in that time. Sick people. So sick people. This is what we're dealing with.
Maybe it's just people that are not fully informed.
We're dealing with sick people. This slow retarded faggot from Europe actually thinks like he's doing better than they were doing. Bro, these people are retarded people that will throw you from the building for being a faggot. Like, shut up with your bullshit. You're not even listening to what we're telling you. I'm telling you the truth. North Africa never used to be fucking Muslim. East Asia never used to be fucking Muslim. How the hell do you think you became Muslim? You think you think it's gonna get you anywhere? Shut the fuck up with your dumb bitch ass stupid shit.
So people have those bumper stickers everywhere that say like "Free Palestine." What would you possibly be freeing them from?
They want to get rid of Israel.
Blockade. I mean,
fuck you, bro.
What blockade are you talking about? Wait, which blockade are you talking about?
You know, Necro, I'll pay you a first class ticket to go to Gaza.
Yeah, also the detainment of...
No, I will pay you a first class ticket, Necro.
Well, if the guys are going around killing everyone, why wouldn't you detain them?
I will pay you a first class ticket to go to Gaza, to go to Iran, to go to Lebanon. I'll pay you a first class ticket. Facts like you always talk about freeing Palestine, and you have no idea how it is to run into radical Islam. Because you think you're better than the people that dealt with this bullshit.
This is literally nothing to do with Islam.
Yeah, shut up, bro.
Literally what?
Like you.
No, it's not.
Terrible. Yeah, you're so cool. Like,
what is he talking about? This is what they do. They stick their fingers in their ears and they go, la, 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 I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you.
Well, that's why I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to actually have a conversation where it's
They just destroyed. We're trying to have a fucking conversation, and you retard can't even answer a simple fucking question. If you want to free Palestine, where the hell is Israel gonna go? Answer the question, Necro. Stop being retarded.
Nope, I will just continue playing my music.
Well, no, so what is it? Okay, so these are conversations that a lot of people just don't have answers to.
Like this.
Because they don't take the time. They don't take the time to read or to look at the history, to look at the situation.
Well, it's confusing history. I've been reading on it, and it's
Hillary,
confusing.
what are you confused about? Honestly.
Well, for instance, the fact that there's mixed stuff about where is Palestine. Palestine is not a place. It's not a. It's what do they want? What is their like? What's their deal? Like, why are they out killing people? That can't be just their only what they want.
Hillary. Answer to the first question. They want Israel not to exist. That's what they're talking about. What they're calling Palestine is Israel. They want to destroy Israel. What's your next question?
Okay.
That's what it is. What's your next question?
Why? Is it a religious thing? Is it because it's something from the past?
It's 100% a religious thing, yes. Because there's plenty of Muslims living in Israel that have equal rights, that have no problem. They're Arabs.
20% of Israel are Muslims. When you go to Israel, you figure that out.
There's hundreds of mosques in Israel. They go to their mosques. There's no problem.
So you're saying that Israel or Palestine actually belongs to Israel?
Say again. There is no. What do you mean Palestine belongs to Israel? What are you calling Palestine? What's the area? Where is this area that you're?
So then, when you use Palestine in a sentence, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to this imaginary idea that was created, as Acek said, in 1964 by the Soviet Union and Yasser Arafat, who's from Cairo. And his name is not Yasser Arafat. You can look at him. It's like Abdul Aramdar Ramadan,
Abdul Aramdan Al-Fatik or some bullshit.
Yeah, he's from Cairo. Not even
Why don't, in the interest of world peace, why don't you guys just let them have the land?
Which land?
The Palestine land.
Why would we let them have our country? Do you want to let people have your country?
Because you don't want to be selfish and greedy in world peace.
Wait, no, I want to.
So Beaver, do you think we should just give ourselves to Russia or China in the interest of world peace? Like
Even if that was to happen, what would happen to the people that they were wanting to leave, even if that wasn't the case, that did happen? Would they?
I just want to answer something. When was the last? What do you guys remember the last time something happened when the Jews didn't have a state?
I don't think that was a serious question, though, Beaver. Why don't you just leave? What I mean? That's your answer, Beaver. Why don't you just leave?
No,
we have a country.
The last time.
Wait 1 second, Beaver. That wasn't a serious question. You're not just asking. You literally just said, "Why don't we?"
Wait, let me explain, Lauren. Let me explain.
Yeah,
I know, obviously, that you're going to push back and say, "No, I'm trying to understand the actual crux of the."
No, you're not. You just said, "Why don't we leave?"
I don't think you would, and I'm not saying you should. I'm asking you to illustrate, like, why do they believe these people believe that they have a right to that land versus
because they want the Jews not to have a country. I just said that. That's why. It's really simple. That's why.
But why does it belong to the Jews?
Beaver.
Well, when you say belong, let me tell you why it belongs to the Jews. Number one, we've been there uninterruptedly for thousands of years. Number two, when all of the nation states of the world were formed, go look at a map of Europe, of Africa, of Asia. In the 20th century, there was the fall of empires like the French and the Belgian and the Spanish and the British, and nation states were born. Are you with me so far, Beaver?
I think so.
Excellent. That includes the Ottoman Empire, which stretched from Turkey all the way to the gates of Vienna. Okay, they kind of like former Yugoslavia, if you remember. So when the empires fell, the indigenous people formed nation states or countries. Are you still with me?
I think barely.
Okay, okay, then let's stop right there. Which part did you not understand of the second part? Empires fall and nation states are born. Like all the countries in Africa, all the countries in the Arabian Peninsula, Nigeria and Kenya and Senegal, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Oman, all of these countries were born when the empires fell. You get it?
Yeah, but I mean, they only exist as far as the people there that can protect the land and hold claim to it.
Yes, if you wish. So when people contest borders and lands, then they have wars. Like Rhodesia becomes Zimbabwe, as an example, or South Africa becomes led by black folks instead of by white folks. So that's another example. So it's the struggle over
British East Africa becomes Kenya.
There you go. So now are you okay with number two? The empires fall and the nation states are born. And those nation states belong to the people who were there, who declare themselves, and then they're able to defend it, as you just said. Now are we good with step two?
Yeah, so I don't think these people, I mean, they obviously can't defend it. So
which people?
Palestinians, like they lost.
Well, yes, they lost, that's correct. But they weren't really Palestinians. They were Arab nations that were formed when the empires fell. The Congress for Israel when it declared itself on May 14, 1948. Now, if you look at a chart of all the nations in the United Nations, most of them, believe it or not, were formed in the 20th century. Because the 20th century was the big time of all that market and the rise of nation states. That's why we had World War I and World War II. The empires were formed, the nations were formed. There was no Germany, in the 18th century. It was Russia, and there was also, so there was this new thing called Germany with people who spoke German. The borders of France changed. The British Empire obviously fell. All of these powerful empires were battling it out. All the nations in South America were formed,
So that's where we are now, is basically Israel won, and now Israel is not Palestine. There is no Palestine. This is Israel. Let's go back to... Wait, why can't they just ship these people off to some other place? Like, move them to,
Okay. That's the next question. That's called population transfer. So when the Ottoman Empire fell, the Greeks formed Greece, Before that, they were under the thumb of the Ottoman Turks and forced to be Muslim. But the Greeks are Greek Orthodox. It's a different religion.
Good evening. On his first full day in office, Mayor John Kitover has already acted on a key campaign promise, cutting property taxes by 10%. He signed the order this
Cyprus, by the way, is a remnant of that conflict, because half of it is still being claimed by the Ottoman Turks. It's occupied, if you will. And the other half is like it's like Greek Cypriots. They're Greek Christian people. So what you're saying is usually is what was done when Germany lost World War II. Millions of Germans were transferred out of what is now Poland. When
7 million.
So right now it's like oil and water. So why don't we got to get the oil out of there?
I want to. What
Can I
you're
just
suggesting?
can I pause you because I'm not.
Well, I want to finish my thought, and then come after me. So when India and Pakistan, when the Muslims and the Hindus of what was formerly India were battling it out, Britain said, you guys aren't going to get along. So they separated them into two separate nations, India and Pakistan. I forget when Pakistan was, 1949 or something, right around the time that Israel was born. Before that, there was no such thing as a Pakistan. So what you're saying, and then there were 14 million people that were murdered and transferred. That's what usually happens when nation states form, and there are people who are not part of that nation state identity. Yes, they move to where they are part of the end. So what you're saying, Beaver, is correct. In most other cases, they transfer.
Brother,
What's that? All right, now Beaver, what was your? So Beaver, we're on the same page so far. What were you going to ask, Beaver?
Yeah,
go
ahead, Beaver.
Because I'm listening to you, and this is where I'm still having trouble with this, because you just gave examples, but I feel that they support the idea that there were people. There was a peoplehood before there was a statehood, right? There were people that lived in the area.
What example says that?
Well,
Pakistan,
you had given me.
There was never such a thing as Pakistan.
Well, let me give you an example. You had just said it about the Greeks. The Greeks existed before Greece existed.
Yes.
So there was a peoplehood, right?
Yes.
So so before there was a Greece,
there was never such a thing as a Palestinian people. Ever.
But you wouldn't say that there was no Greece.
Sure, there was no Greece.
You wouldn't say that there were no Greeks.
Thousands of years.
Well, but you wouldn't say that there was no Greeks. There was Greeks that lived in Greece, and they
hang on, Bima. Unlike the Palestinians,
but it's difficult. I wanted to get my thoughts out because I know,
but I'm correct. You could swing off the track.
No.
So B, you're correct.
The voices are loud, and I want to.
It doesn't have to do with the mental comprehension.
The Greek identity existed before the modern state.
You think that when you push like this, that I learn anything or anybody else? I'm letting.
Wait, so I think you're saying you're correct. The Greek identity of the people existed, Bima. So we all can agree on this, right?
No, because I believe that there's a confusion between statehood and peoplehood. The people existed before the state. The history of peoples existed before their modern states. People that were in the region of Palestine existed before Palestine existed as a state.
No, so this is where you don't know. This is where you don't know history. You don't. No. You can say it many times, and you're still wrong historically. It's true for Greece. It's true for Italians, and it's true for who did I leave out? The Greeks, Germans, and Italians. It's not true for Palestinians. That's what you don't seem to understand. There was no Palestinian identity as a people.
Okay, so give me now. You said it's not true for Palestinians. Now that you understand where I'm coming from, can you explain?
Where are you coming from?
Hold on.
You're not saying that there was
listen to him. Just listen. Please don't complexify this even worse.
Not about keeping it simple.
Okay, well then, El Normo, just listen. He understood because he just reiterated it back to me. So now that you understand, because now I fucking lost my El Normo. You're annoying me. Listen, I'm gonna fucking no. You gotta stop.
What do you mean? No, write it down if you can.
El Normo. Thank you. Sorry. Euro, can you please explain to me, now that I know that you understand where I'm coming from, explain to me why Palestine is different than
that's what I'm going to do.
The Greeks, the Italians, the Kurds, the Armenians, the Indians. Can you explain that difference, please?
Sure, because they never, ever in history identified as a people, was never a political entity. What happened was when the British won World War I and the Ottoman Empire collapsed, they created a mandate for Palestine. Okay, so Palestine, for the first time, was used to mean all the people that lived within the mandate, whether they were Jews, whether they were Christians, whether they were Arabs or Muslims. People identified by other criteria, primarily Muslim Jews and Christians, for instance, but they also had other identities, which were based on local regional names, but not Palestine. It just didn't happen. You can look at the literature. This is very well documented. What happened was initially there was a Arab reaction against the Jewish presence in this mandate, and this was fueled by the leader of the Arabs, who was a Nazi, who went to Nazi Germany, and it was based on racism. And he came back and
by the way, his name is Al Husseini.
Exactly.
I'm checking.
Yeah. Thank you. And he really pushed this very strong anti-Jewish sentiment, and it was Arabs or Arab/Muslims versus Jews. It was not Palestinians. And this Palestinian identity as a people formed later after the creation of the state of Israel, and principally in the 60s, when it became an identity as a people.
You know, Bima, you've been asking all the questions. I want to ask you a question, Bima. From 1948 until 1967, the state of Israel did not control what you call the West Bank. And now, 80 years later, 75 years later, they say they want to have a Palestinian state on the lines of the 1967 border. Why from 1948 until 1967 didn't the so-called Palestinians create a state, Bima?
You gotta ask me again, clearer. Just ask the question.
Can you hear me? Can you look?
Yeah, and I'm paying attention now. Go ahead, ask the question.
Okay.
Has attracted
from 1948
some interesting.
Until 1967, the state of Israel did not control what you could now call the West Bank.
I can only imagine having Israel on your profile has attracted some interesting communication.
Create that state there from 1948 till 1967, Bima.
I understood that they tried, but there wasn't a reasonable negotiation that led to anything of substance. That's what I understood. It wasn't that so you're telling me that the Palestinian people from 1948 to 1967 didn't want a state, but that doesn't make sense.
That's right.
Because the Palestinian Congress in 1919, there were multiple Congresses where they were vying. The Balfour Declaration literally was written to explain to the Arab people.
No, we're not talking about the Balfour Declaration.
This is you want to understand.
I think you're out of your depth.
Listen,
I think you're out of your depth, and I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Instead of saying out of my depth, then correct me and explain. Because saying I'm out of my depth, H-check, please listen. Instead of saying out of my depth, explain to me, because I'm giving you all the information that makes me come to the conclusions that I'm coming to. I'm providing you everything that you need to do. Hold on, listen. I'm providing you all of my thoughts in my brain, so you can come up with a counter argument. Okay, telling me, insulting me, and all this other shit. It's useless. It's pointless. I don't learn anything. Don't think that I'm learning anything. I learn stuff when I have. Well, don't tell me I'm out of my depth. Explain to me. I don't. Hold on. Just wait. When you said that they didn't want a state, or why didn't they form a state from 1948 to 1967? In my brain, that doesn't mean anything, because they were vying for a state in 1919. 30 years before that, in 1918, they wanted a state. They asked. There's evidence of them asking for a state. There's evidence of the Palestinian Congress. There's evidence that they want that this whole thing. I mean, so that doesn't make sense to me. So they wanted it then, but then all of a sudden they forgot about it and they didn't want it, but yet they still fought for it. That doesn't make sense.
So in 1918, there was no Palestinian national identity. So what happened was, in 1948 to 1967, the West Bank was occupied by Jordan and Gaza was occupied by Egypt. So there was no attempt to create a separate Palestinian state during that period, because they were occupied by people that weren't Jews. And so their problem was that they were anti-Semitic and against Jews, and not because they were seeking a nation for themselves.
But I don't understand why that just wouldn't be something as simple as them identifying in broader ways before stuff came together enough to have them consolidate. Because like the region was already called Palestine. Everybody admits that the region was called Palestine. So if there were Arabs that let's say that they referred to themselves as Arabs, or they referred to themselves as Ottomans, even they referred to themselves as Muslims, but they were in the they were in the region of Palestine, which we already know that everybody referred to this as the region of Palestine in the 1800s. This was the region of Palestine.
No. It was a geographical name. It was not a political entity.
I'm not saying that it was a political entity.
Well, there were a lot of names for the area, but people did not call themselves Palestinians or think of themselves as somehow united as Palestinians. So Arabs, as you know, is a very broad term, and it includes people inside that area, outside that area. It's just like the term Muslims does. So when the British Mandate was formed, it was set up with the British intention to create a Jewish state out of there and an Arab state. And this was supported not only by the British, but all of the allies that won World War I, also endorsed by the League of Nations, and then subsequently by the United Nations with the UN Partition Plan in 1947. The Arabs were given several opportunities to form a state, and each time they rejected it. They rejected it in 1937 with the Peel Commission, they rejected it in 1947 with the UN Partition Plan, and they rejected it time and time again. I think about at least 7 or 8 times. So they always rejected a separate. So it's just wrong to think like, oh, they were under some negotiations and they were denied it. It's just the opposite. They were given opportunity after opportunity to accept a separate state. They were the ones that said no. They didn't want a separate state. And the reason they said no is because they didn't want to give 1 centimeter to the Jews. So they wanted everything and the Jews to get nothing. And between 48 and 67, when they had nothing, but they were occupied by Jordan and Egypt, they didn't have a problem.
Why don't they want the Jews to have anything?
Well, that's a good question.
Because they're anti-Semitic, bro. It's very simple.
But what
not complicated.
So bad about the Jews? Like, why do they hate them so much?
No, there's nothing about the Jews. It's because their leader was a Nazi and went to Nazi Germany, and he came back and gave that propaganda.
You also have to look at it for the KGB. I've heard El Normo talk about it before, but the KGB were operating and supporting. So the Free Palestine cause is an anti-Western cause propped up by KGB funding, KGB intelligence operations. So it's part Cold War too. This whole divide is there's this micro conflict, then there's the macro conflict, which is supporting all of this bullshit.
Can you explain your answer again with it about the cultural identity? You're saying there was no Palestinian cultural identity?
There was no Palestinian identity as a people, as a nation.
So the people that live there right now, or that lived there 20 years ago, do they have ancestors that lived there 200 years ago?
there were people that lived there, but they didn't call themselves Palestinians. They didn't identify as Palestinians.
Well, what does it matter what they call themselves?
Well, it matters when people start talking about as if there's some sort of history of a Palestinian movement. It's just not true. So if your point is that indigenous people should be allowed self-determination, I don't have a disagreement with you. And I don't have a problem with them forming a state. And they had that option on multiple opportunities to form a state. And they were the people that decided themselves not to do it.
See,
It wasn't that they were stopped by the Jews. They weren't stopped by the Israelis. They said no to every single deal. The Jews, on the other hand, said yes, and that's why they have a state.
See, these arguments.
Would it be optimal to move them somewhere else away from the Jews and say, okay, this is now your place to be, and this is yours, and you have to take it or leave it?
Haven't you seen the video of Truman?
I have heard some Israelis take that position. It sort of goes against international norms, but maybe that would be the solution that would work. And some people have suggested it should be Jordan because Jordan is primarily Palestinians. It's like over 2/3 of the population is Palestinian.
I mean, the Queen of Jordan is Palestinian, for Christ's sake.
Do you know why they call it the Hashemite Kingdom? Because for thousands of years they've been making money from marijuana and making hash. It's the truth. Just like how the Afghanis make opium. These people are all drug dealers.
So what if they accepted this back in the day, Euro, when they had the chance? Would Norm say that they did have a right to be there?
Well, that's actually there was a position taken by Britain at one point where they did say leave Israel for the Jews and Jordan for the Arabs, and the problem with that position was it.
I can only imagine having Israel in presentation. This is a communication.
Made primarily to the Hashemite
Kingdom, a lot of work,
which is not indigenous to Jordan, and so they had to.
Saudi.
From
the Norm made it seem like they had no claim to this land ever. So even if they agreed to it back in 1940, whatever, 50, they still would have had no right to be there, according to Norm, unless I misunderstood him.
I don't know what he said because I wasn't here for that, but I think the understanding, at least of the and what's clear in history, I should say, is that there was a UN partition plan, and the Jews and the Arabs were both offered it. The Jews said yes, the Arabs said no, and then Israel declared independence, and then immediately the Arabs declared war on Israel with the intention of eradicating its existence.
They declared war, and it was Egypt invaded them, Syria invaded them, Lebanon, as they call it, invaded them.
Yeah, it wasn't just the Arabs.
Yeah, even Napoleon. Napoleon invaded them. Napoleon. I say we just give it all back to the French.
You stop trolling fucking hell, you know? It's like they all invaded them and they all lost. All of them lost. They invaded them 48, lost. 52, lost. 56, lost. 73, lost. 67, fucking lost. 82, fucking lost. Like, how many times you have to lose before you realize these people, this is their country. You lost. And every time. And every time.
Just say, okay, we kicked your ass all the time, but we're going to be nice and throw you a bone. You can have this piece of land.
They keep saying that.
Israel has done that. Israel's offered the land many times, and they've turned it down every time.
Why should they do that? Why should Israel give up their land? That's what Norm was just saying.
Yeah, well, some Israelis, I mean, Norm's not an Israeli, but some Israelis are taking that position now. But certainly, Israel has offered on many occasions land deals, significant land deals, including 97% of the West, and East Jerusalem, and land swaps for the remaining 3%. So
If you give homes and farms, does that mean people will stop breaking the law, Beaver, forever and for good, once and for all? How naive and stupid can you be?
Position is that even if they did give them the land, they won't accept it because their only acceptable offer to them is, okay, we'll take the land and you all have to kill yourselves because we want
No. So the latest deals, like in the 2000, 2008, it's a little different. So the previous positions prior to 2000 did include, no land for Jews. So the latest deals in the 2000 to 2008 range involved giving them all of the land that they have, half of Jerusalem, and some other various concessions.
All of Gaza.
Oh yeah, all of Gaza.
But you're saying the Palestinians won't agree to it because they want the Jews to stick a gun in their mouths and kill themselves.
No. You understand what I'm saying? No. What I'm saying is in 2000, 2008, the reason they rejected that deal was because they insisted on the right to return, and Israel was not willing to do that. So that deal fell specifically on the right to return.
So this is like a nasty custody battle in a divorce, and they can't come to terms.
Yeah, you could think of it that way. So I think that 2000 and 2008 is they were very close, right? Because Israel said, look, we'll give you all the land, we'll even split Jerusalem, etc. And the Arabs at that time said, no, because we want the right to return. And it's really quite a shame because even the Arabs at the time understood that it wasn't...
It's more than just a custody battle. This is an industrial complex of bullshit that both sides don't want to let go of because there's so much money involved and so much attention that goes into it. So nobody wants to drop it because that would be like, stop dancing, stop making money, kill the business. Are you kidding me? This conflict has generated trillions of fucking dollars in bullshit involvement from all around the world, not just America. Japan, I've been over there multiple times. Japan has invested billions in trying to create peaceful solutions for these cocksuckers everywhere. No, they won't have it. It doesn't matter how much fucking money you throw at them, they will still cause problems. And it's just like the education system. Oh, we need more money for education. Oh, really? Well, the numbers just keep going down. So the truth is, just let them fucking fight it out. And then.
So as I was saying, the deal broke down on the right to return, which is interesting because even the Arabs at the time recognized that wasn't practical. So what they were willing to accept was that Israel agree in principle to right to return, that they wouldn't necessarily have to implement in practice. And Israel didn't want to take the risk of accepting something in principle that could later be used against them to say that now you have to implement it. So it's unfortunate because the space of disagreement at that point is actually pretty small. And I think just realistically, and even Israel accepted a certain number. I forgot the number off the top of my head for return, but they didn't want to agree to a principle that everybody could return. But they were willing to accommodate a certain percentage.
Well, it seems to me this whole thing of Palestine never existed is a moot point. Like, wouldn't you agree, Bima? Like, that doesn't really seem to be the crux of the issue.
What was the question, Bima?
Like, people say, well, it never existed, it doesn't exist, it never existed. That seems to be a moot point, in my opinion, because there's still people there that, if they were willing to give them land back then in the day and have some kind of agreement, that to me tells me that these people did exist.
Well, this is just like reparations.
And I totally agree with you. Look, I'm reading this. This is really interesting. So you guys know that both of my grandparents on both sides, they came here from other countries. So when they came here, they had to take tests to become American citizens. And my grandmother kept her some of her test materials. And one test material, it was called, I have the book in front of me, that she had to read. It was from the Educational Committee, the League of Nations Association, Inc., 8th West 40th Street, New York, December 1936. Okay, so a brief history of the League of Nations. when I open it up and I start reading the section that they have about Palestine, it's very interesting. And we're talking about from 1930, outbreaks and violence resulting from Arab-Jewish enmity became so serious in 1930 that the council asked the Permanent Mandates Commission to examine the situation and make a special report. The commission not only criticized the mandatory administration on several counts, but also warned Jews and Arabs against any attempt to modify the terms of the mandate by agitation and rebellion. The British government, while somewhat irritated at first by the commission's criticisms, later indicated that they would receive due consideration. When a British statement in 1930 restricting future immigration and defining land policy in Palestine aroused great resentment among the Jews, the British government sent Sir John Thompson to Palestine to make a special study of immigration and land settlement. The police force was reorganized, and Great Britain has tried to increase the capacity of the land to absorb immigrants.
This gets tedious when you just read. I want to point out two things that you've said. Hang on a second. Number one, you're not talking.
Differences between the Jews and Arabs seem to be mainly economic, and Great Britain apparently realizes this fact and is working along these lines. The situation tended to improve after they stopped the Jewish immigration, but the friction continued intermittently until in 1936, the Arabs, led on by young and fanatical elements, launched a general strike against both the Jews and the British. This was accompanied by a campaign of terrorism for nearly 6 months. Neither life nor property was safe in parts of Palestine. The government tried every possible means of settling the trouble without resorting to martial law, but finally a division of troops was sent to the country. A settlement, at least for the time, was effected through the intercession of neighboring Arab kings, and the British government is sending a commission to investigate a suggestive policy that will make for final settlement of the difficulties. In the meantime, Jewish labor immigration is to be restricted, which has caused dissatisfaction among the Zionists without being sufficient secession to please the Arabs. The situation in Palestine is likely to remain difficult for some time. This was 1936. Okay, printed. Let's see what year this was printed. If they do a print, 1936.
That confirms everything I said.
So basically, if we go and we look up Sir John Thompson's investigation, he says that the way that the land was being bought up, in a way, there were these Dunhams of people that lived there right before the immigration waves, the Jewish immigration waves into the country, right into the area of Palestine. There were these Dunhams, and the Jewish people were buying them. Right, but the people that were living on them were Arabs, and they were poor because they had been renting. These weren't owned lands. These were generational farmers who had been farming and creating they had their homes and everything.
And who did they rent it from? Muslim kings. Muslim kings rent it to them. Muslim kings.
Well, not Muslim. Actually, Sir Sukes was a Christian.
Christian kings?
Christian landlord at the time, which took up a very large portion. Right, the Sir Sukes family, they were Christian, and they didn't even live in the region, but they made money. It was kind of like an arbitrage situation where they made money.
Arbitrage?
Re-rented the Dunhams to the poor, impoverished Arabs, taking advantage of them, right, and exploiting them. So they didn't have any opportunity to buy the land. So when the Jews came in, they were buying the land from the Christians, the Sir Sukes, whoever else had whatever that situation was. But once they bought the land, they pushed the Arabs off of it. Where are they going to go? It's now the Jews' land. Right? They bought it fair, but was it fair?
Of course it's fair.
Well, hold on.
What do you don't think people should be?
Shut the fuck up. Listen. No, I don't.
Okay, well, you're very unfair in this conversation.
Okay, well, hold on. The whole point is no, I don't think that it's fair. If people have been living on land and mixing their labor with it, and then someone else is going to come in. First of all, they've been exploited. They've paid their fair share. They've paid their fair share of constant rent. What about rent to own? What about all the opportunities that you would have? They didn't.
Rent to own in 1940?
place. Name one place on Earth. Name one place
on
on Earth.
Earth.
I
listen, and we could go back and forth. Because I'm fair that way, and I won't interrupt you when you talk. Right? That's the way that it goes in this house. So the point is that they got pushed off the land, and then once the Jews took the land, Arabs were not allowed to work on the land. They weren't allowed to live on the land. They made it strictly for the Jews, and that's what caused the economic turmoil between.
Are you sure about that? You're sure about that, Bima, huh? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, if you say so.
It's not true. It's not true. Anything you're saying. The report you just read didn't even say that. The report you read said that it was an Arab extremist that started violence against the Jews. You pointed out correctly that to the extent that Jews got land, it was because they bought it. And that is a fair thing. For you to say, well, it's wrong to buy land and then tell people that live there that they can't live there anymore, the renters, because now it's owned by somebody else. Where on earth do we have this system where renters get to stay when the owner doesn't want to rent to them anymore? I mean, this is just crazy what you're proposing. This was land that was bought legitimately, and if the new owner wants to live on his land, he
Euro, she doesn't believe in private property. She's a communist. She's a socialist appropriator. She doesn't believe in freedom.
Oh well, the renter just gets to stay somewhere. I mean, it's just like really like some sort of crazy thinking. The reality is what the report said was that there were Arabs and Arab extremists that committed violence against Jews, and they did it from the beginning of the creation of the Mandate of Palestine. It didn't start in 47. It didn't start with Jews buying land and then they get upset. It started in the beginning because there's an anti-Semitic strain that exists there, and they had committed massacres very early on. That's just history.
Okay, the report that was referenced in this brief history of the League of Nations suggests otherwise. Should we read that report together?
You just read it. I was listening very carefully to what you said. And it specifically said that there was Arabs and extremists.
There was no report. There was no report. This wasn't, hold on, just to clarify, so there's no misinformation. I wasn't reading a report. The report was never even referenced. What I was reading was a summation in a book called The Brief History of the League of Nations that went through each area to teach Americans that we're going to get citizenry. Yes, and it's 2 pages. The Palestine takes up 2 pages.
You did reference
in 173 pages in the history of the League of Nations.
You did reference a report. I'm sorry.
Yes,
when you read,
I referenced the report.
Referenced the report. Well, you just that's a correction, right? Because you said you did reference it. You did reference the report.
Hold on. Can you stop? Please stop. You guys are irritating the fuck out of me. What I mean by reference, I said that there was a report done. I wasn't.
I understand.
I wasn't reading from the report.
I understand. You weren't reading from a report. You were reading from a book.
So, Bima, you're saying the land was purchased, it was ill-gotten gains, somehow they did something devious?
Yes.
Yeah, they did something devious, which was purchased. They purchased unfair to purchase land. I mean, this is the crazy
because you have to make the Ottoman Empire's claims legitimate first.
There weren't Ottoman Empire claims. That's what you don't understand. The Ottoman Empire no longer existed.
That's the whole point. And so in that moment, wait, hold on. That's perfect, right there. I'll move you. Just
you're confusing private land with public land. That's part of the problem.
Euro, you just mentioned it. The Ottoman Empire no longer existed. So after the Ottoman rule ended, and there was that the Ottoman Empire, that land ownership was no longer legitimate. How do you determine
who should have the land that's there?
Oh my God! That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's the difference.
Who were living
It's the
on the
difference.
land.
Okay, it's very simple. It's very simple.
John,
No, it's not. You don't understand. You don't understand law. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm trying to explain. No, you don't understand it. I can stop.
I want to listen to you.
You totally misunderstand.
You.
Well, then let me explain it.
But you got to promise me one thing. We're going to go back and forth and not interrupt each other.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
But the problem is there's a total fundamental misunderstanding of land. There's a difference between private land and public land. So, for instance, I own my house. My house is in a city. So I can sell my house to other individuals and they can buy it. It doesn't change the nationality or the city of which my house is in. This is private land. Do you understand the difference? So when the Jews buy land, they're buying land from individuals, and now instead of it being owned by whoever owned it before, now it's owned by Jewish individuals. That doesn't change it from Israeli territory, Palestinian territory, Ottoman territory. The legal status doesn't change from that. So that is not applicable. Now, there can be lands which are not owned by private individuals, which are public, and those then have to be sorted out. Like, what do you do with this land and that land? So that's why, under the League of Nations, they put this whole thing under a mandate, which included initially Jordan as well, by the way, which is important for later reasons, yes, and other areas. Okay, so they had a very large mandate, and the issue was, how do you divide it up? Okay. So that's why it's important. Now, when individuals, let's say like Arabs, own land, they own that land as individuals, not as a collective. There's no collective territory, and the Jews had no collective territory either. They own territory as individuals. Arabs own territory as individuals, and the whole thing administratively was run by the Mandate of Palestine, which was controlled by the British.
So, who did the Jews buy the land from when they started to migrate into the area of Palestine after the fall and of the Ottoman Empire and after the...
Whoever owned the land.
Okay, but if the Ottoman Empire, if people were owners of the land during the Ottoman Empire, absentee landholders, they were only doing an arbitrage thing, like the Sursouks, who had owned much of the region, and they didn't even live in the region. They were just exploiting, making money off of the people, the Arabs, the poor Arabs in Palestine. Okay, the Ottoman Empire falls. Is their ownership of land, right? Because they technically, what they did was they rented from the Ottoman Empire. So if the Ottoman Empire no longer exists and it's illegitimate, how is the people who rented, how is that even legitimate? That's what I don't understand.
No, because they own that, because it's so simple. Because
it wasn't an ownership. You can't own the land under the Ottoman Empire.
That's not
They were not owned.
So actually, they did have ownership. They had different levels of ownership.
It's so simple. You're not even listening. Underneath the Ottoman Empire, they had their own ownership policies. So they bought it from the Ottoman Empire. When the British Empire took over from the Ottoman Empire, they still had ownership of the land. So when Jews and stuff came there, even Mark Twain, when he came to Tel Aviv, correct my memory, I don't know what year that was, but he came in the 1800s, before even that. And he was like, when the British Empire took it, that's what they called it, the mandate of Palestine. They didn't call it the British Empire, like of East Africa and everything else like that. They still own their land. That's why till today, Bima, in 2026, when Palestinians sells their land to Jews, a lot of them get the death penalty. They get killed and everything else like that. The land is transferable. They sold that land. And when you look at photos of Tel Aviv in the early 1900s, it was a fucking desert. Mark Twain even said this. He was like, oh, this is a terrible place. It's horrible. I don't know why anybody want to buy this land. You know what I mean? And then when the Jews made it great again, all of a sudden the Arabs are like, I have a key for my grandmother in like 1929, 1949, Nakba, all this sort of bullshit. Just accept that the state of Israel is here to exist. This Palestinian crap is just terrible. It's just horrible. I don't understand what you're trying to prove, and I'm bored of it because these people have been through a lot. And the state of Israel is here, I don't understand why you're trying to prove like, oh yeah, these people should prove they exist that because of this land. They should prove that because of this right. It's ridiculous. These people move their land righteously. They don't have to explain themselves. It's a great thing to be a Jew in 2026. God bless my Jewish friends. And I just don't like all of this stupid shit that people are asking them questions like, I can't imagine. You can't imagine asking a black person this question. Oh, do you deserve to exist? Oh, do you deserve to have this house? I think it's ridiculous, So, but I just think it's stupid.
Yeah, so under the Ottoman Empire, land was divided into 5 different property categories. There was the mulk, the mirf, the waqf, the matruki, and the mevat. So the mulk was privately owned land. So you had full ownership, like we understand full ownership of land. You had miri, which is state land, which individuals could possess and use it, pass rights on, but ultimate ownership remained with the state. You had the vakif, which was land which was dedicated to religious or charitable foundation. You had the matruk, which was land reserved for public or communal use. So these would be things like
Wakif
roads.
is also the reason the Jews can't visit the Temple Mount, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And there's roads, cemeteries, things like that. And then there's mefet, which is dead land. So this is land that's unoccupied, uncultivated. And then you also had, like, I guess, Malu land, which was a type of Miri framework. But the Jews, when they came to Palestine, almost all of the land that they bought was in this first category of mulk, which was privately owned land. So they were literally buying, this person owns it, Sam owns it, and he buys it from Sam and now it belongs to David. So I'm sorry, that's just a legitimate transaction that's accepted in at least all of the Western worlds, and I think even most of the socialist capitalist, socialist communist world, even China amended their constitution to accept the right to private property. So this doesn't affect the jurisdictional claims. That's why I think there's issues being conflated here.
Viva, she's like, oh, I'm going to lower my volume when the check is done. This is when you have a low energy, you can't even reply to people when they're trying to tell you something. Maybe sometimes you're just wrong in life.
Oh, interestingly enough, I just looked up and I did not know this beforehand, who the owners were. And the owners were mostly Arab owners.
They are.
So So if you wanna complain about that land being sold, it was sold by Arabs.
Yeah, even the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. That's why I say it's just low energy. When they're wrong, they're like, oh, I can't reply to this. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, it's so terrible. These are sick people. Everybody's dealing with.
Shut the fuck up! You're so inflammatory. I know, like, this is your personality, but can you just stop? Like, can you make it okay? And can you make it a peaceful place for people to learn? Can you do that? Can you stop acting like an immature child? Yeah. People want to have. We want to have real good discussion. Do you know what you do? You resolve a good discussion. You chastise people. Can you stop being a child, dude? Stop
stop being a child. Let people learn. Let people have conversations, HN. Like, I don't know why you do what you do. You're not welcome. It's not welcome. Grow the fuck up, dude. Grab your fucking cock right now. Realize that you got one. Look at your balls. Touch them a little bit. Dingle them, okay? And then realize that you're a man. You're no longer a child, okay? Now act like one. Act like an adult. Allow people to have a conversation without chastity. It's not fun, dude.
I think it's all right.
So both have a claim to the land? That's what I'm reading.
No. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about if we're talking about the land sales was somebody owned the land and they sold it to someone else. And in most of these cases, it was owned by an Arab who sold it to a Jew. Now, in terms of the total number, unfortunately, I only have the numbers for 1945 on this source. I'll look for other numbers. But I see by 1945, we're talking about 6% of Palestine.
But did they live there like 300 years ago? Were they both living there together, intermixed?
If you're asking about Jews and Arabs, yeah. So Jews lived there, Arabs lived there, Christians lived there.
So it seems like an impossible problem if they all had a claim to it.
No, you're confusing private ownership with collective ownership. Do you understand the difference? Jews didn't own that land collectively. Arabs didn't own that land collectively.
John Kitover is promising relief for homeless.
Individuals owned pieces of land collectively.
It sounds like there's a dispute over those cells of the land that was ill-gotten or something.
No, nothing was ill-gotten. I just finished explaining how it was not ill-gotten. It was a legitimate land sale. And we're only talking about 6% of the territory anyways, but it was a legitimate sale. The owner, who was an Arab, sold the land to a Jew. That's allowed, right? Are you going to say the Arab's not allowed to sell his land?
Because that would be like, stop dancing, stop making money.
Okay, so
Kill the business. Are you kidding me? This conflict has generated trillions of fucking dollars in bullshit involvement from all around the world, not just America. Japan, I've been over there multiple times. Japan has invested billions in trying to create peaceful solutions for these cocksuckers everywhere. No, they won't have it. It doesn't matter how much fucking money you throw at them, they will still cause problems. And it's just like the education system. Oh, we need more money for education. Because that would be like, stop dancing, stop making money.
That's what the international community worked on for many, many years. Britain worked on it, the League of Nations worked on it, the Peel Commission worked on it, and then the United Nations worked on it. But
so
unfortunately,
the Palestinians are like that bitter wife that won't give in to each. Like, she won't give up the beach house. No. She won't compromise on anything in the divorce. She wants everything.
At the time they weren't Palestinians, so that's why I think it's very important. They were Arabs. They were Arabs and Jews, and the Arabs' position initially was that they didn't want any type of split, zero split. And Britain was trying to convince them to have some kind of split. At one point, Britain proposed the split should be Israel for the Jews, Jordan for the Arabs. And when I say the Arabs, I mean the Arabs within the mandate, obviously, not the entire region.
I get it now.
Yeah.
What confused me was Norm earlier saying they had never had any claim to it, and that it was only Israel that had a claim to it. The Jews only had a claim to it. That's the part that threw me.
Well, I mean, it depends on how technical you want to get. I mean, technically, nobody has a claim to it, right? Like, once the Ottoman Empire fell, theoretically, the Allies could do whatever they want with the land.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're the victors. They took the position that rather than like annexing the land or creating a colony there or something like that, they decided instead that we'll create a mandate to let these people run themselves at some point in the future. And they did this not just in Palestine, like they did this with quite a few territories after World War I. Fortunately, all the other ones successfully created states. Palestine, unfortunately, was an exception. And what Britain tried to do, and later endorsed by the League of Nations, was to create two states. and unfortunately, there was no agreement to do it. But when the Appeal Commission report came out, the Jews said,
"Hey,
yes,
friend."
UN petition plan for the Jews just said, yes, we'll just take it. They were happy with having any type of land. They had just gone through the Holocaust and whatnot, and they wanted a peaceful place. The Arabs in that area felt that they wanted all of the land, and there shouldn't be a division.
So instead of the kids going halfsies on the toys, the one sibling said, "No, I want it all." And then so then the mom says, "Okay, well then Johnny gets everything because Billy, you wanted it all. Now you get nothing."
No, well, that's not what happened. They didn't. Israel didn't get everything. They just got their part of the partition. So the rest is still like this undecided thing with the West Bank and Gaza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Israel took its half, not the whole thing, and then the Arabs and Jews since then have been trying to work out some type of deal to live in peace side by side. And up until now,
the Arabs go to their half. The half that was going to be allotted to the Arabs, did they go live there?
Yeah, they lived there already, and they still live there. So they're living there in the West Bank and in Gaza. So they are living there.
I don't get it then. Why do people say, why do people like Norm and H.X. say that doesn't exist? If they're living there and it was allotted for them, even though they never technically signed on the dotted line.
I mean, Norm's not here, so I don't want to speak for him, but to the extent that I understand his position, he simply, from what I understand, he's saying that they don't exist as a state, as a political entity, not that they don't exist as a people. Like, obviously they exist as a people. They're there. They're the ones, engaged in this fighting. And
so it's all formality. They never signed on the dotted line to formally accept it, even though they're living there. That's where they're living.
This is the problem. They've never reached an agreement. And there's been several attempts, as Ashik tried to point it out. He has all the exact dates, I don't remember, but there's been at least 8 different times where they sat down and talked and reached some sort of agreement. But just never got to complete finality on it. So the current agreement is sort of the status quo.
Today we gather not just as a city, but as a family.
The West Bank is divided into 3 zones called A, B, and C. And in Zone A, the Palestinians have complete autonomy. And Zone C is under Israeli control, and Zone B is a sort of mix.
So what are they calling it?
People who are not part of that nation state.
So that is normally a reference to Gaza, so not the West Bank. And people that call it an open air prison. So basically, there's 2 borders for Gaza. There's one with Israel, and there's one with Egypt. And what happened back in 2005, prior to that, Israel had occupied Gaza. So they had troops there. They had Jewish settlers inside Gaza, as well as, the Arab settlers that were living there. And in 2005, after some 50 years of not being able to reach an agreement, Israel decided to pull out unilaterally. So they said, we're just going to pull out. They removed their settlers. They removed their troops. They said, this is your land. You run it the way you want. And then they did that. They had elections. And there were 2 main parties, and Hamas was one of the parties that had a majority in the parliament. So this would have been now for both the West Bank and Gaza. And the other party was in the minority. And they worked for a year to try to, or a good part of a year, to try to come up with a unity government. And that failed. And then Hamas had a military coup. They killed about 600 Palestinians. They kicked out the other party, which went to the West Bank,
and they took control over Gaza. And Hamas has in its charter to destroy the state of Israel, and some would even say Jews in general, worldwide. In any event, Israel at that point said, well, we're going to close our borders. I can't remember the borders skirmishes first. There may have been skirmishes, I'm not sure.
That's right, I like recording retards and act like retards, so I can play it for later and say, hey, retard!
If Israel closes its border, the only way out of
Well, you probably heard a lot about the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, BB, on this show and elsewhere. He's the guy who's always at the White House working to suck the United States into some war of conquest on behalf of Israel. What you may not know is charges against Netanyahu are real corruption charges. They tell you a lot about him. What exactly do you know about this man who's apparently in charge of the United States? Well, we are now streaming the BB Files.
Yeah. Nobody ever talks about
We are now streaming the BB Files. This right here is a spread.
Because they don't follow an agenda. They don't care.
Exactly. And look, you gotta stop with those. I can't catch a break and shit. All the time you were complaining, you could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dream. You could be instead figuring out what you're doing while you're trying to put some efforts into life, getting your shit together, reading a book, meditating, something. Fucking something. I can't catch a break shit. It's not helping anybody. And it pushes everybody around you.
Is when Hamas did their horrific strike on October 6th, where they slaughtered people and committed war crimes and terrorism. Israel and Gaza had a truce, and Israel was letting thousands of Gazans cross that border and go into Israel to work permits.
Just imagine Phil, how we've been in battle together. There's something very romantic and also very barbaric about that. Now we're brothers in arms.
How did the flanking go?
Great. They never saw us coming. Good.
No team over, team there. They don't care. Not to start snowing. Right. You know, when you
I don't buy that.
You don't hear it.
Nature saying no Jews. Do you think this is
If y'all use this sound,
hey everybody, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be coming to you here with updates.
Also, the African tragedies, you know, like
and look forward to staying connected with you all right here. So
nobody cares. They don't give a fuck.
The Gaza and West Bank situation gets way more disproportionate. Like if you just look at the numbers involved, it's like crazy. And even if you just look at Muslim lives affected, way more affected in Syria and Yemen. Yeah,
and look forward to staying connected with you all right here. So click subscribe and stay tuned to what we have coming up. Some very enlightening conversations. You won't want to miss them. Hey everybody, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be coming to you here with updates on some things I've been up to, and look forward to staying connected with you all right here. So click subscribe and stay tuned to what we have coming up. Some very enlightening conversations. You won't want to miss them. Hey everybody, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be coming to you here with updates on some things.
This was an occupation by Muslims. Jordan of the West Bank, Gaza of Egypt. And there was no problem then. But when there's Jews involved, then it's a problem.
No, nobody called it an occupation until the state of Israel took it back in '67 and reapplied sovereignty.
Yeah, and another thing, and during the 48-67, they occupied Jerusalem. And one of the first things they did was take over the Jewish quarter.
which had been Jewish for centuries.
And they destroyed the synagogues.
Yes. They kicked those people out. Okay, so if you want to talk about true, what's the term for that? Displacement of people. They took the Jews out of their area, gave it over to Muslims, and then they said Muslims cannot even visit the Western Wall in Jerusalem, their holy site. They can't even come in to visit. Think about that. Israel's never done anything like that. In fact, Israel has some 2 million Arabs as citizens with full rights to vote. They're in the army, they're in the Supreme Court, they're in the parliament. So it's a huge difference. Jews aren't allowed to own property in the West Bank or Gaza. In some towns at least they're not allowed to visit. It's really very lopsided.
It's fucking sad.
We have
on the Temple Mount. The Western Wall is not the holiest site of that Temple Mount. You can't even go to that Temple Mount. They need security there because they're radical Islamist terrorists on everything. And they keep it safe. And the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, this Pizza Bala, Kasumkum, whatever the hell.
We will get you a million views.
He did an international outrage for an obvious reason. He said it. He did it to decrease support for the state of Israel. That's the reason he did it. He could have called the ambassador and be like, oh, well, yeah, can I go there today? But don't forget, he couldn't shut down the Holy Sepulchre for the entire year.
I was short on cash and I really didn't have
no Christmas, and right now he's talking BS about it.
You don't believe that you could be a good person until you realize your capacity for evil. I don't mean to act the devil in the world, but understand it's part of the process. Well, not only understand it, but then to bring it under your control. You see, because there's a big difference between someone who's naive and is a good person. They're a good person because they can't not be. They're like a domesticated house cat. There's nothing. They don't even have the capacity to be bad. So there's no morality in that. The morality comes when you're a monster.
He can talk to himself down in the goo with his propaganda and his bullshit, and people actually just
Tell me that's outside. Well, this means if it's
yeah, hey, check your propaganda and your shit is just as bad as anybody else's. Just shut the fuck up.
30 seconds. Go find out. Get out of there.
It sounds to me like distributed not just that, but the whole like that because even prior was like Britain and France together agreed the split the Middle East, and so many of the problems in the Middle East are caused by that. Because most of these places didn't exist as states, right? And so just like these states and they kind of like control people.
Woke up this morning, saw one of my videos.
GPT is literally 97 and it can solve the problem. So I asked what happened, and it's kind of saying that the Jews got more than they deserve. They're a small population. And it's kind of got gypped. That's kind of true, but that is also after the fact, right? So it wasn't like these deals fell through because Israel killed too much. In fact, they were given the offers, to get more land, for instance, that weren't accepted. And when these rejections took place, there weren't like counter offers. So it wasn't like they were said, well, the distribution's unfair, we want a 30%. It was literally nothing. Until recent history. Like after
sometimes it feels tough being a small creator on you.
Thank you, Euro, for being civil and having a decent conversation. I'm sorry I got upset with you. HX tends to irritate me to the point of losing my sanity when you have an inflammatory instigator speaking in terms, poisoning the well, attacking people's character, making false assumptions, all in the attempt to try to understand and learn. And so he's very frustrating, and I appreciate that you are here to teach everybody else how we can have a back and forth and learn and educate each other in truth and not be like HX. HX is how not to be. John Kitover is how not to be. Those two people are how not to be. Not to be adults. Okay, that's how you do not adult.
Yeah, when you snapped on Euro, I was like, damn, he was being nice.
I know. I wasn't frustrated at him. I was frustrated at the yapping chihuahua and all of the thoughts of the shit that HX says. It's just so inflammatory, and it really gets in the way of trying to understand and absorb and process things, right? And to check and to learn.
Well, I understand.
Until they can learn to be adults. I apologize.
So it's understandable. I think it's a very difficult topic to talk about because people are very passionate about it. And it also affects certain people personally and stuff like that. My personal approach is like I just try to look at at the factual parts, the historical parts, and leave the interpretation up to other people. But yeah, it's a very difficult topic, and
got in that bitch's brain.
I mean, with orange,
Got in that bitch's brain. Got that bitch. Ugly bitch.
Because I feel like, HX, that the only way I can respond to you is through non-response. So.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think HX is probably knowledgeable, but and Warren is certainly knowledgeable on most things. Now, there's a lot of people that are knowledgeable on the subject, but it is difficult sometimes. Being knowledgeable isn't enough, right? I mean, you need to be able to engage in a back and forth. Abby is someone who's very knowledgeable on the subject as well.
HX says, I wasn't even terrible. That's true, HX, but you were horrible. Even though you were not terrible, you were horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's appropriate to call HX terrible. I think it's absolutely valid to call him terrible.
Kick me again, bitch.
If you want to bring Abby up, she's very knowledgeable on the subject.
Yeah, HX, I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's like, there's a house quote that accurately describes you, which is that somewhere out there's a tree that is tirelessly producing oxygen for you to breathe. I think you owe an apology.
Bima, is HX allowed back up or no?
I don't know if I want to listen to him. If he can be an adult and talk like an adult and not his accusatory, inflammatory English language.
Do you remember that guy on this app that called himself the Good Adult, and he was so obnoxious? He was a black guy. He had his little logo, the Good Adult.
No. Wait, I wanted to say, have you ever heard of that? There was a situation where they talked about people. This is loose and it's word of mouth, okay? But it was a situation where a very popular company, I want to say it was potentially Apple or maybe not, but some big company. There is a payoff, right? When there are super intelligent people and
sometimes they tend to be just assholes. And this particular company said, we will hire the lesser of the two candidates if they have better communication skills, because that's what matters more.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor TV, folks. Let's talk about it, folks. Welcome back to Mayor Kitover TV.
Your level of education, if you're going to literally hinder the process to begin with. Like, I rather talk to somebody that isn't, A+ in the topic, but we can have a good back and forth, and we could make a significant amount of leeway. It's just, it puts too many extra elements into the process of learning. You have the feeling defensive. I mean, it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. Poisoning the well, creating assumptions. I mean, it's literally cruel. I really think that it's cruel. So when we can just have a good back and forth, that's what I like. That's what I want to have.
Did you learn anything today, Damon, that changed your position on any of these matters?
I've always, even though I've spoken out like I've been certain when it comes to land ownership, I've just waited for somebody who knows enough that can have a good discussion to try to explain like the land ownership, because I don't have an answer to that, and it's a conflict of it's a conflict of interest for me with my principles. I'm very passionate about it, right? Because private property is core, and so I'm trying to understand how the land ownership and the reorganization and the transfers, how they operated, how the all the details behind, like what is Miri land? What the heck is this? What is Mulk land? What are the Dunhams? What are I'm trying to understand this, because I understand that the majority of it was Miri land. So, and then just, how what is it called? The transfer of the titles and the records, and then why didn't the peasants want to? Why weren't they incentivized to register the land themselves? But you still had notables or nobles or whatever they're called, that were in better positions, right? And they did it, and I'm trying to understand, like, what was this? Was this an educational thing? Was this a lack of, like, what was it? Why? So there's just a lot I'm trying to understand. But what I do know is that there was a lot of absentee landlord ownership, this phenomenon, in the mandatory Palestine area, and I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that right now. So I got a lot of good information from Bureau, and I'm trying to work through that right now. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I learned a lot too, because I knew some of these things, but other things I didn't know. So, like, I didn't know who the land was bought from, so I had to look that up. And it was mostly Arab owners. But the other thing is, the point that you raised too, is those are mostly absentee landlords. And I also get your point about how that can be unfair, but to the extent that that's unfair, it's like a worldwide phenomenon, right? And there's been many issues in the United States, the Western world, of people getting dispossessed in the same way. As a matter of fact, in the United States right now, there's a big issue because a lot of family homes are now being purchased by corporations, which is a newer phenomenon. And there's some debate about that as well.
My family home's about to be sold. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I should go back and say. No, I mean, my mother's selling the home. Oh, okay. It's being cleared out. I wonder if I should say goodbye to it, but I really don't care.
And where does your family live, Petersburg? Or
Tennessee. Tennessee.
Okay. I thought you were in New York.
I bet the house. She told me her asking price. I thought she'd go a little higher, but I'm sure it would be. Tennessee house is probably shit. In New York, I'd imagine it would be like almost. Well, I don't want to guess, but it would be a lot more.
So Abby's responding in the comments, so I don't know if you guys see this. But she says it was deeded property. Many of these deeds go back to the Ottoman Empire. There are land records. She says, no, they were actual real land titles. You need to understand how the chain of title works. She said, do you understand how title transfers? They were purchasers for fair market value. We did a TV series. Our TV series is based on a true story of a family that lived in Jerusalem before there was a state of Israel and the land was purchased.
Yeah, no, Abby, that's what I mean, I'm not going to speak for we, but no, that's what I don't understand. That's what I'm trying to understand. So if you want to come up, you're welcome to come up.
Bima, can I ask you a genuine question?
I'm gonna talk a little bit, Bima. I'm just got other stuff going on. But have you ever purchased land or a house?
Yes, I did. Yes, I have.
And did you get a fee simple deed?
A fee simple deed? It wasn't referred to me as a fee simple deed.
You own your house in fee simple. FEESIMPLE. Fee simple.
Okay. There wasn't like a deed that was called a fee simple that I signed.
It is. It's usually it'll say a general warranty or a special warranty deed, but you own the property in fee simple. Write that word down or remember that word, and you can Google or whatever you do.
It was many years ago when I didn't know it was my.
So when you buy real estate, I mean, I'm going to do property law 101 with you, and I don't want to talk. I'm not doing it in a derogatory, but you have to understand how land transfers, and you have a chain of title, and you can track title, and you can track the ownership, and so much of that land. I know some of this from reading about it, and also I'm involved with a TV series that's based on a family that came from Spain that lived there before there was a state, during the British Mandate and prior to the British Mandate, when it was the Ottoman Empire. And a lot of the deeds and the chain of title track back in fee simple. And fee simple is the way you own land. It means that it's not a leasehold. You own it. You own the title completely, as opposed to when people have leasehold interests or you have 99-year leases. Some of them, it's full ownership, and they track back, and it goes back during the Ottoman times. But they kept records, and there are records in municipalities like Jerusalem that you can trace properties, and they're able to do that, and they were purchased for real value, for fair market value. I mean, there were different people living in that area before there was an established state. There's large Jewish, both Sephardic and Ashkenazic communities. They actually didn't get along with each other, by the way, in Jerusalem. They were very separate communities. They owned homes, they owned commercial properties, and they inhabited that city and that area going back, hundreds and hundreds of years. I mean, you can meet Israelis that have families that were old Jerusalemites tracking all the way back. There's actually a very famous family that the guy was the Minister of Justice under Begin, and anyway, I'm not going to get into all the different families there, but understand how you own real estate, and that'll help a little bit in trying to get through this mystery. And as you look at some of the disputed land, I mean, the land was purchased. Not, you're thinking of it like it was just all this conquest, but there were deeds and there were purchases. And there were also very wealthy Jews from like some from Europe and from different parts of the world that bought up land. The Montefiore's, by example, is a family that bought up land to cultivate it and bought it through a chain of title. So one of the ways to look at this is to track title. If that helps. It's not that, we're based in the United States on the English system, and over there, the way title transferred, it's similar, but there's a recorder of deeds, and you can search a piece of real estate and search it all the way back. That's what I wanted to say. I hope I didn't confuse you more.
No, you didn't confuse me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
But learn that term. Do you still physically own real estate?
Yeah, and it was a long time ago. I don't remember it being called a fee simple. I remember the deed. I remember the transfer title. I remember.
It wouldn't have been called. It's how you own it. It's a legal term. You own it in FEE SIMPLE. You own it in fee simple. Look, just Google ChatGPT, however you guys research.
It says it's the way you can fully own. So I own a condo. So it doesn't apply to me.
No, it does. It totally applies to you. You own your condo. You have that condo. You own that interest. You own the condominium is a subdivided piece of real estate. It's still a subdivided piece of real estate that comes with limited common elements and common elements. But the condominium itself is a partitioned piece of real estate in a communal form, community form of ownership. But yeah, your deed will be in fee simple. You don't own a leasehold. If you owned a cooperative, that's different. Yeah, a cooperative is different than a condominium. But if you owned a condominium, then it's a form of a subdivision of real estate.
ChatGPT, it's been wrong a lot. It's telling me here that it's different, but
it's different. It's different in that it's a condominium form. So it's usually, I don't know, you're in Tennessee. Like in some states, it's done by a master deed. In some states, it's done by a public offering statement. Different states form a condominium ownership by different legal triggers, but you don't own. It's not a leasehold, meaning it doesn't revert back to someone after a period of time. You own it. You own it. I don't want to say in perpetuity, because you own it. Like, did you ever hear of a ground lease? You understand, like some buildings are built on ground leases, and those are periods of time, like, and they're long, like they can be 99 years. But
I've heard about that. Is that for oil rigs?
Yeah, and some office buildings in New York. New York City's famous for it.
Yeah,
their ground leases. And lenders lend on ground leases. They're.
I used to have to review those mortgages. So one of the things you take into account when you're using, particularly New York City assets, is the length of the remaining term in the ground lease, right? So obviously you don't want you want the ground lease to be at least as long as the security interest that you have in it.
What's the thinking behind it, though? Like, why do they do that in New York?
Well, because the person that owns the land is different from the person that owns the building. So they have to rent the land. So they pay ground. They have a ground lease. So
but I do want to tell you that most Israeli land, now most people that own land in Israel don't have it in that same form of fee simple. The stuff that came in after the state was established is different, but on the properties, on some of the disputed properties that were purchased pre-state, they go back into that kind of ownership.
Yeah, we saw a lot of ground leases in New York, and the other thing that's fairly popular in New York is co-ops, as opposed to condominiums. And like Gabby was saying, that they're very different because you actually own shares in a co-op, which are allotted to a unit.
Yo, Abby, did you see what I put in the comments?
No, I didn't look at the comments. What did you say, Necro?
So yeah, I'm planning to buy up all the American hockey teams' houses and sell it to all the volleyball players.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
My team.
Yes, I mean, I hate the American hockey team, right?
Did you see Michigan versus Tennessee?
Oh my God. Okay, so wait, can I just tell you, I still have all my bets on the last four. Like, but they're not great. None of them were the long shots.
Yeah, it went chalk pretty much. There were no real big upsets.
No, not at all. Anyway, I hope that explained it, Bima, but you have such an inquisitive mind. Like, this is a subject, like, especially because you've gone through the process of owning something. It could sound really boring, but it actually isn't. It's really fun the first time you title search and you like go take the property that you own and go sit in your county records or your city records and search, go, I don't know where you live, but go all the way back to when it first, the first deeds on it. It's kind of fun to do that. Now I guess you can, most of it's online. I mean, I'm used to going into City Hall and like looking at microfiche in the old days and actually looking at old deeds and tracking it back. It's fun. No, it's a learning process. But
microfiche, you mean the microfilms?
Yeah, that's how they used to do it in the old days, that they would take pictures of the old deeds and then you would track one deed and you'd go back to the deed before that because one grantor has to grant it to the next one and the chain of title has to be consistent. That's why we have title insurance. It ensures that chain of title is consistent. And you would love it. I mean, I think you would because you have that kind of brain. And it would just take you back in time, especially if you live in a place that's old, because you can go really far back. Like for me, it was great because I was in Philly. So I went all the way back to like handwritten deeds. It was very cool to do, but it has to track in the title chain. And if there's a break in the chain, then you have problems with resale and the insurance, the property title insurance, because there could be an intervening owner that nobody knew about. So anyway, it's so boring. It sounds boring, but it actually isn't.
I forgot about I had to use that in my very first job.
An old microfiche.
It's kind of silly now if you think about it. Like you're zooming in on this tiny text and that little machine, you slide it under.
Exactly, but that's how like a lot of cities and had kept their records in their clerk's offices. But if you're a person that likes to, which Bima, this is why I'm singling you out, but I kind of sense this with you. If you like to connect your dots, this is a great way to watch dots connect.
Yeah, no, you're right. There was
interesting.
There's a manuscript library museum in where I was born and raised. It was an old bank, and they turned it into this manuscript. And anyway, when I visited, I only went once, but it was pretty incredible. They were pulling they were showing us canvases before, like when they used to measure, like with sticks. It was crazy. It was crazy to see how land ownership worked back then, and how it was drawn on like canvas, like just actual cloth, and yeah, it was pretty intense. So I definitely never thought to do it with this property, but I'm interested now. I feel like this property
you might have a ghost. You never know. Like, go search everyone who ever owned your house. No, like, not a bad ghost. You might have a good ghost.
Yeah, no, there was no. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just. I think it was just land. Like, I know the person who owned it before me, and he owned it for some generations, but it was just apple.
Called shit taken away from you. How Americans are all being kumbaya. They're gonna get their country to such a point that they're gonna have to become so radical that they're gonna have to do things that people are gonna trip the fuck out.
Yeah.
People don't see that and understand that.
Yeah, but they have to go radical as fuck.
Yeah, but listen, that's very on them that they want their country.
Bro, only 6%, only 6% of England are Muslim. 6%. 20 fucking cities they have Muslim mayors. Their last fucking prime minister was Muslim.
Okay.
They have all these fucking Sharia law court.
What's up? I can't even get you on a date.
Did you watch the video I put up there?
I can't even get you on the line.
No, I think I missed it.
I can't even get you on the line, bitch.
They on wars. They on wars. Sharia court. Sharia law police.
No, I know that. There's no go zones there. We know that. They cover that up. They pretend like there's no such thing of that. But there's no go zones in that country. Literally. They can lie to us as much as they want. The people can believe it, but like we know at the end of the day, you literally have no go zones in your own country. You lost parts of your country. You basically surrendered.
Same.
It's crazy. Insane is an understatement. And that's what scares me, that America's gonna get lost due to this fucking shit. Like, due to people like the ones come on stage and think this way. I also like KK. Smart girl.
Oh yeah. Very much.
Very smart girl. Common sense, understands. Like, she can do 1 + 1. She knows what it equals to.
15-year-old girl raped in the UK by 2 Afghan migrants who arrived months ago.
I'm not surprised.
You know though, the difference, bro? The difference in America is that Americans are like warriors, basically. They grew up with guns and shit. They all have guns. Shit like this happen over here, bro. Like in a bigger scale, it's gonna be a fucking river of blood over here.
But it's gonna be a river of blood between American citizens. It's gonna be American citizen on American citizen. It's gonna be a division between the left and the right. That's what's gonna happen in America.
I mean, part of it is it could be if they stand.
It's not that it could be. I guarantee you.
If they stand with the Muslims, though.
It's not standing with the Muslims. It's either you stand with your country or against your country right now. That's what it is.
I'm not talking about the administration. I'm talking about if
any administration.
Like that in that scale.
There's no common grounds in any administration today. They're so far away from each other and they don't want to talk. They don't want to communicate. They don't want to compromise. That's how fucked up it is. So either you go far left or you have to go far right. And both are losing their fucking minds with every move that's happening. And this is not going to end up good. Trust me.
Not good, but shit are going crazy. You're going to do something about Mamdani and fucking all these motherfuckers.
There's no middle ground. That's the problem with America. Literally, there's no middle ground. Nobody wants to compromise. Nobody wants to talk. They just want to yell, scream, and like fucking lose their minds.
Oh my god, I don't know. Is this real?
What's real?
I'm watching the video. Fucking man, man. I wonder what's going to happen in America after Trump leaves. It's very important what's going to happen during his presidency. He pulls this off, next president is going to be fucking Vance or Rubio. You think? 100 fucking percent. And all the other shit that he's doing pays off, bro. What the fuck you think? Republicans are gonna. But I'm noticing even the right is getting brainwashed. Like they're already talking about body bags. Like they don't want to go in. That there's gonna be body bags. You guys, you don't know how it's gonna play out. Why you guys already being like? That's how. That fear mongering is already fucking indoctrinating the right against Trump. That's the fucked up part. Bro, nations are usually like that when it comes to wars. No, America wasn't like this. I don't remember, again, I might be wrong, but I don't remember America going into wars and being so divided. And any operation, there was always at least one side that had the backing. This time, like, something's just, even the right is turning their back on Trump for some fucking stupid reason. It's either, I don't know, maybe the hate for Israel. I don't know what the fuck is going on that they all got indoctrinated with. But it's interesting what's going to happen to America after. Either they're going to stay on the right path or they're going to want such a radical change just because Trump was in power, and they're going to do something so dramatic that's going to undo everything he did just to prove a point that they're not Trump. And it's just going to hurt America in the long run. And that's what I'm afraid of. You understand where I'm coming with this? Yeah. Just to show, like, how people even, like, remember during the Biden administration, when Biden got we'll vote for Biden as long as it's not Trump. Okay, you guys got Biden. Like, what the fuck? What did you do a favor to? Like that stupidity of just saying, as long as it's not Trump, we'll vote for anything but Trump. Okay, that doesn't really make sense. But sure. You didn't die the first terms. You already know, like, you survived. You'll survive probably the second one too, just. But as long as it's not Trump, sure. Exactly. But these fucking dogfights, man. We need to fucking educate them. I don't know what the fuck we need to do. Fucking horrible. Very. Well, let's see what plays on, bro. As we say, think of the worst, but hope for the fucking best. What did you say? I said, think of the worst, but hope for the best. Yeah, I guess. Because it's sad, it's scary where America's heading to. This is a wicked. That's that funny how Iranians, Israelis, Cubans, Venezuelans, and Ukrainians, they're uniting, and lefties and liberals
are just dividing.
Ass on fire. Again, so true.
Like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy, bro. I don't know. Scary. Very fucking scary, I have to say. Very fucked up. Very, very fucked up.
Ready, fucked up, oh my god.
Only $2 more.
Hey, play poker with Chinese, $60. When they want to raise to 60.
You want to hear a joke? There's an Indian guy, they go, it's like, how old are you and how old is your wife? He's like, my wife is dirty and I'm dirty too. That was an old one. An old one, but a goodie. My wife is dirty and I'm dirty too.